React DOM, and we pass in the root element, and then we render the app. This is exactly what you saw in the Create React app. So in the Vite, they would use the JSX extension. This is all JSX file, app.jsx and fun app.jsx file, correct? Basically, JSX extension educates your IDE, that is Visual Studio Code, to auto-complete your code. So which I feel, as a developer, it's a great help. So I would suggest you use the JSX extension. But there are some conditions, okay? The main file, the index file, will always have to be called as index.js because Webpack is configured to just run the index.js file. Now coming to the rest, okay, I don't need any of these files. The main.jsx file is using this app. So see, if you see this app, it's a function-based component, and it is returning a div, and it is also returning an, a empty tag here. We'll talk about it. And then there is a div, and then there are a lot of things here. So what I'll do is I will delete this content. In fact, I will delete these files. I just need this main.jsx file. Frankly, I don't need that also. The main.jsx file is retained. No, there is no index.js file in the Vite configuration. Vite requires main.jsx, not index.js file. Okay, so it's different. So in the main.jsx file, we'll import the create root from React DOM/client. So we'll need what? Create root. So what do we do with this create root? So we will have this index.html here. This index.html has a script attached. So we need this. Now, once we have this create root, we'll use this create root, and we will provide document dot get element by id root dot render an h1 tag. Welcome to your life. Okay, saved. And now if I launch the Vite in my terminal, we'll cd out of this folder into day 3 part 3 folder. We'll cd to steps, and we'll now have to run not npm space serve, that wouldn't work, or npm space start, that wouldn't work. We need to call the dev command. Okay, so we'll say npm space run space dev. So now you see I can launch it in port 5173. So if you go to the browser and look for localhost port 5173, you should get the file. Okay, so these are the steps that you'll have to follow when you are working with Vite. Change the port. I mean, you may not like this port, right? So we can actually change that in the Vite config.js file. Like the way we had the React scripts, we have Vite config file here. It doesn't have too many configurations, but moving forward, you may want to add. So you can use a server configuration. The server requires, I mean, if you just take your cursor on top of it, there would be some options. Okay, it uses the host and port and things like that. The server dot, okay, I forgot the syntax. Server is a object which will have a port. The port would be, let us say, 5050, or maybe 5000, and the host would be localhost. So I've made some changes. Now in the browser, you cannot expect this to work on port 5173. You'll have to use 5000, and that would work. Okay, so in the main file, you see that's working. Localhost 5000. Changes are done in the Vite config file. So what I'll now do is this, guys. I'll upload the Vite file and the Create React app, both, okay, for your reference moving forward. So you can use both. So it's not difficult, just that when you're new it might sound difficult. Okay, so this is a React with create React app. So in the day 3 part 3 folder, public folder, src folder, frankly you would need all of this except this node modules and the package log file. So we need the Vite configuration file, and we need this index.html file. You know why? Then we need this ESLinting file, and assuming that you would be putting it on GitHub, you need this git ignore and the README file. So if you're not putting it on the Git, you don't need these two files. Okay, so you need all of these other files. So I'll archive this and say this is React with Vite. So I'll upload both of these files to you. So this is create React app and this is the React with Vite. So you see this is 2 KB and this is 3 KB files. So make sure you have access to them, you know how to extract them and recreate the project. So let us now get started. So in the day 4, we'll now start with a new React application. I would suggest and recommend use Vite. Okay, create React app is definitely a good solution, but it will download a lot of unnecessary files. We'll come back to this at a later point, but for now we'll use Vite. Okay, I'm putting these commands once again for your reference. You don't have to run all of them in in one go. Make sure you run them one step at a time. Okay, so you get into or navigate to the folder. So in this case, I would be navigating to this folder day 4. I've navigated into the day 4 folder. Then I will paste this command npm space create space Vite at the rate latest space steps. So the project name is steps, and there are additional configurations. I'm escaping them. In fact, you can say I want to use TypeScript, but I'm not using it. Okay, so I've left that blank, and then I want to use this template React. Now press enter, it'll download, it'll create a project for me. You see, it was so quick. Everything was nicely organized. And now we need to call these commands. I cd into the steps. I think I've already pasted these commands. So you cd to steps. You'll then say npm space install, and then you say npm space run space dev. So we cd to the steps directory, npm space install. So this again will take a couple of seconds. With create React app, it would take you several minutes. So this will take you several seconds. At least the duration will be cut short, cut to half at least. So once this installation is complete, still taking some time. Yeah, so it is done. It is installed. You see the node modules have now been added. And now I'll say npm space dev. Okay, npm space run space dev. Yeah, so we have this local host port 5173. We can change that port, you know that, right? So we can use the server configuration, and this would be an object where we specify the port to be 5000, and maybe I'll change it to 3000. Okay, like the way we would do it in create React app, and the host would be localhost. Saved. And now we can navigate to localhost port 3000 and we can check our application. So I got my Vite project here. And as usual, we will delete some of these files. So in the public folder, I would want to retain the folder because this is useful for placing any images, audio files, video files, fonts, etc. So we need that public folder. So we'll create a placeholder .txt file, which is empty. So it's just here to remind us that, hey, this is the empty folder. So I've just created this, and in the assets folder again, I will paste this placeholder. We'll delete this Vite logo. See, this Vite logos are now gone, so there is an error. You know why? And I will delete all these other files. We don't need any of them. Exactly like what we did earlier. Now again, in this folder, I think apart from this create root, which I have derived from here, I would delete the rest of the content so that I can just stay focused on what we will be learning. Here, I will use an h1 tag. I'll save this and make sure that now you all have got the same output on your computer so that we can get started. See, again to sum up, replace the public folder content with this placeholder text. Assets folder, delete everything, put this placeholder text. Rest all the files in the src folder is deleted. Only main.jsx remains, and the content of the main.jsx is in front of you. First, I think we'll understand JSX. So let us talk about JSX first. So you should be able to see the same output in the browser. It says welcome to your life. In maybe what I'll do is I will cut this. I'll create a new component, class-based component. This app I can render here. You see this is working, and we'll talk about JSX here. Okay, and you know that this should return a single root tag. So we'll use a div, and here we'll understand different aspects of JSX. So for convenience purposes, we will usually keep these components outside. So I would recommend, create a folder by name components and then, put your files there. But I'll just keep a file, not in the assets, but here in the, parallel to this main, I'll now go create a app.jsx, which is where I have this class component. And I will now export it as a default member so that I can use in my index file here, or the main file. So I'll just control space and select the first, option. So this component is now not required by the main JSX. It is required by the app component. Why? Because it is extending this, isn't it? So it requires that import. I'll save this, and then we should be on our way to our project. So you see JSX in React is shown. Awesome. So when I started working with React, I found it very difficult to understand, what works and what doesn't work. And sometimes, you'll have to go jump into the documentation to realize, what is the right way to do. So I made a small documentation. So these are some JSX rules that I have been able to put together. There are a few more. In fact, you may find the JSX must return a single root element or a component. So that's important. So you see in the app file, we need a single element. But what if I want to return multiple elements? So if this is what I want to do, then there would be an error, isn't it? So you can't return two elements. So you need a wrapper. So you need to create a container. So in this case, I would create a div tag, and inside the div tag, I can wrap both of them and then send. So this is allowed. So I can do something like this. And then, in my application, I'll get two JSX elements here. But there may be situations where you don't want to do something like that. Then what? So you can use something called as React.fragment to do it. The fragment is something that we obtain. The React itself is missing. So React is something that we will add. Or maybe what we can do is, along with the component, we can also add the fragment. That way I can simply use this as fragment. So there is a fragment tag that we can use. The purpose of the fragment tag is to return multiple elements in the root. But instead of wrapping it into a div, you are wrapping it into a fragment tag. See, the effect of this would be when if I go back and convert it to a div, okay, see, this is a div tag now, right? So if I inspect, you see under the div, maybe I'll zoom this a bit so you can understand what I'm trying to explain. See, if I zoom this a bit here, inside this div with an ID root, there is a div, and that div has two divs here, isn't it? Both of them have h1 tags. But instead of this div, if I use a fragment tag, you will see that the div which has an ID called root doesn't have any other divs inside nested. It directly have these two divs, isn't it? Both of them have that JSX in React. Okay. So fragment basically is an invisible tag. Now, instead of doing this, you can also use this empty tag, which is an alias for this fragment. That way you don't even have to import this. The empty tag is simply react.fragment in action. Okay. So whenever you use an empty tag, it will be replaced with react.fragment by the compiler. So if I run this, it will give you the same output. So that's the first rule. JSX must return a single root element or a component. If not, okay, so if not, then what do? We'll return, if we have to return multiple elements and we don't want to wrap them in a div, we can use a react.fragment or an empty tag. Okay. No, there is no issue. You can use that, but this will become an invisible tag. That is all. Okay, so it is usually used to return multiple root nodes. Come here somewhere and say, hey, I want to use this empty tag. Okay, you can do this. But this is not required. So this empty tag is, what is the purpose? In fact, you could do something like this itself, isn't it? Who would stop you from doing it? Make sense? So usually this empty tag is used to return multiple tags in the root. Okay, or you can use react.fragment. This is an alias for react.fragment. Okay, so you will actually find this being used a lot, in React applications or online, wherever you find. But you should now know the purpose. What is the purpose? Because they are trying to return multiple elements. So this component should return a single root element. If not, you wrap them into a div, or you wrap them into an empty tag, which is an alias for react.fragment. That should summarize or justify the first and the third rule. Okay, it should return a single root element. That's the rule. But what if I want to do it? I can wrap them into a div or react.fragment or an empty tag. Easy. So again, when you're returning, so when you're using, in this case, let us say I want to use instead of using an h1 tag, let us say I want to use an input tag. Maybe not an input tag. What I'll do is I'll use an img tag. Okay, so image tag doesn't need to be closed, guys, because image tag is self-closing tag. Correct? There is nothing that you can fit inside an image tag. So if you have to write these tags, image tag, or you can say HR tag, or you can use a BR tag, all of them, you don't need a closing tag for it. Just declaring this tag itself is good enough, or an input tag, all of that. Okay, all of these are referred as inline closing tags. But if you see now, there are some errors. Why? Because in JSX, you cannot, because JSX is like XML. So you need to have a closing tag. Even if it is an inline closing tag, you need to have a closing tag. That's a requirement, or else it'll not work. So that's the second rule that I've noted here. Orphan tags, are also known as self-closing tags, has to be closed. Okay, so BR tags, HR tags, IMG tags. Okay, you need to use the closing symbol. You can't just say BR. That's what it means. Okay, so we'll go to the next point, number 4, 5, 6, and 7. See, interpolation. See, if you want to run any expression, like for example, I want to run a small expression. I want to run some JavaScript. So I can use curly braces here. So if I say what is 5 plus 6, it'll give me an answer. So if I go back in the browser, it says 11. So it is actually evaluating this expression. So anytime you want to run JavaScript, you should use this. Now, why should you do something like that? You are in the return statement, correct? Return is usually a single line, correct? You are returning something from this render method. So when this component is called, the render method is implicitly called, and whatever the render method returns is what we send out from this component. Okay, and this return has to be a single line, single statement. But now what we have done is we have made it a multi-line statement. And inside this, if you want to run a JavaScript, okay, so where do we render it? We render it inside this expression. But if you want to do that much before, you can do that. We can create a variable and say, hey, what is total equals, you can do something like this. And then we want to sprinkle this total somewhere here. That is allowed. But again, that requires us to run an expression, isn't it? So if I want to run the total, or if I want to display the total, I can say total is, and in order to render this total here, I would use this expression and say this dot total. Agreed? So this total now comes here. So again here I get total is 11. So in both the cases, I am calling an expression. I hope this is clear. So what can I evaluate here? Strings, numbers, booleans, anything can be evaluated. Okay, I can create a show true, and if it is a show, I want to do something. Okay, or I want to just display this, let us say. Now this is one trick that I wanted to show you here, because when you start working with something like this will have no effect. So I'll say show is, and if I run this, show is nothing. Why? Because it is true. If I make it false, it is nothing, because booleans doesn't have any representation. So what I'll do is, if this dot show, that is, if this is true, we can use a ternary operator and say true. Else we can say false. Now it says false. If I make it true, I will show true. Use JS prompt in the same way. Of course, we started using it, isn't it? I did not see your chat message, but you see, we have started doing it. But there is a limitation as to what all you can do. Okay, let us say you can't create a new instance somewhere. You can't do that inside this expression. It's meant to represent something, but you cannot create a variable. Let us say I want to create a variable. Can I do that here? Let us say I want to use a h3, and inside this expression, can I say let user equals a new user or something like that? You can't do that. Okay. But if something is existing, you can use it here. You can display that here, but you cannot create something new here. This is the same challenge even in Angular. If you have worked with, so you cannot create anything inside this binding. This is referred as um, expressions. Like you can also call this as interpolation. So you are interpolating some variable. How can we do that? Then you do that here. You do that here. Okay. You can also better do that here. Make sense? Yeah. So you can always use JavaScript, and the output can be displayed here. Say for example, I have let user equals, I'll put my name, you can put yours, and I want to use this user. What do? I come here and then use h3. Since this is like a sibling of this class, you don't need this keyword. So you can simply use, say it says user. And if I want to use a local, I want to represent this, then I would use this keyword to represent it. So I'll say this dot local user, and that should say local user is guest. So you can either access any of these properties, and that would work. So that brings us to the second point here. Sorry, the fourth one. Any interpolation, you would use a curly braces, curly brace, and you can use it as many times as you want. Here we are not using var, let, or const. Why? Why? Because we are inside a class. No, inside a class, do we use var, let, and const? These are class properties, isn't it? So if it is a variable, no doubt you can. So see, that is why I've put some effort to help you understand all these core concepts, okay, of classes and everything. So title, we did not use let or const or var, right? Because this is a public property. If you want to use a private property, what would you do? Use a hash. Got it? So inside the class, you're declaring some properties. All of these are public properties. So let's go to the next one. So that explains the interpolation. Interpolation simply means to say you can run expressions. And when you want to use, there are some restrictions. The word class is reserved in JavaScript, so you can't use. The word for is also reserved in JavaScript, so you cannot use that. So if you want to use class, you would use class name. Say, I want to apply some style here. So for example, this div, I want to apply some style. So I'll go to this index.html. I will write some style here. There is a style block and say dot box. If there is a box, I want it to have a width of, let us say, 250 pixels, height of 100 pixels, a background color of silver, some saddle brown, let's say, and the text align is center, line height is 100 pixels, and the font family would be sans serif. Okay, I think this is good enough. And maybe another color of the font would be antique white. So I've got this class here. I will upload this in the chat window. Could you have done like this? I can, but I want to use a class, isn't it, Adamya? Because we are discussing about class here. Makes sense? That is why I choose to write a class. So this is a class box. Now I want to use this on this div. Let us say on this div. Maybe I'll create another section. Inside the section, I'll put some text. I'll say I'm a section tag. See, by default, this section tag looks like this. But I want it to have a class. So I'll go add a class. And you know class is a reserved keyword. So, and I want to add a value box to it. So the moment I run this, the browser will render, but it'll also create a error message. Invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? Okay, so it is suggesting me. So it is trying to tell me that, hey, you cannot be using the word class because it is reserved. You should be using class name instead. So I come to my page, and instead of using the class, I would now say class name. And now this error will be gone. Got it? So whenever you have to use the word class, you would use a class name instead. So point number 5 is that now we'll come to this 6 here. There are few which are slightly complex. Okay, I will be going over that with different exercises. Not in one exercise we can complete all of it. Okay, so we will need few different contexts to help you understand, let us say, default value. I'll explain that with a different exercise. Now coming back to the context here. So you want to use an input type text. Let us say input type checkbox. So you all know that input type checkbox would display a checkbox here. And for accessibility purposes, see, this is very small here. I mean, if I just make it to the normal size, it's very small, isn't it? A person with either Parkinson or any motor disability would take a lot of time to reach this checkbox. Okay, so we can directly go click on this checkbox, isn't it? But not many people are capable of doing it. So to help them, we'll wrap this using a label. This label uses a for attribute, not HTML for. I mean, the code completion gave me this HTML for, but implicitly the browser uses the for attribute. And I can say, say select me. And this input, the label is not associated with this checkbox, correct? So how do I associate them is I go to this input, assign an ID, and this ID and the for should have the same name. I'm just using same. Same is not required. Okay. So anything which is common. So the moment you assign something like this, then I can click on the label to select and deselect the checkbox. You see, I'm able to get that to work, isn't it? But in order to do that, we had to use the label and the input, which will have the same for and the ID common. But for is a reserved keyword, like the way class is a reserved keyword, for is a reserved keyword, so you can't use for. What we can do is we'll use HTML for instead of for. So that would work and no errors as well, you see, and that's working. And that's what this point number 6 tells you. You should be using HTML for instead of the for attribute of a input element, not of an input element. Actually, it is a of a label element. Okay. So up until point number 6, so you know the reason behind it. But when you trust me, when we have learnt about it, when you start using it, some of you will still forget it, because there is a lot that we have learnt, right? In just the next thing is point number 7, the default value. So what is this? See this input, this one is a classic example, so we can use it. So if I want to display a value, okay, you see it is actually rendering an expression for me. I can say, not for this, I think, we'll use another input. I'm using a br tag, and again, br needs a closing tag. I'll use another input. This time it is text, and by default, you see this text is displayed like this. But if you want to assign some value here, I would say value equals enter your name here. I mean, you may say placeholder. Yeah, of course you can use, but I want to demonstrate value. That is why I'm using it. So you see, I have displayed the value. Enter your name here is being displayed, and you are seeing there is a problem. It says, hey, because you have used a value property, you need to take the responsibility of changing this. So there is a long story. I'll cut things short for you. What it is trying to say is, hey, any value that you are assigning to an input has to be managed or controlled by us, controlled by the developer. In other words, this value will be controlled by the state of the component. As of now, we have not discussed the state. So this input, instead of using the value, if you have to display something and not, display uh, a state, you would use something called as default value. Get to this point once again so you'll understand. Okay, and now if you run, see, there's no error here, there's no warning, there's nothing, and things have gone fine. So the key takeaway here is, in the input, if you are not expecting this value to be managed by us, use default value. If you don't want to control the value by the program, by React, use default value. Okay, that's the summary. Let's go to the next one. And whenever you are using, HTML elements, we'll talk about in the next step. Okay, for now, we'll go over these step 10, 11, and 12. Okay, I will talk about 8 and 9 in the next step, or maybe we can do that. We'll skip the 8 and we'll continue with the 9. Okay, so somebody put a message earlier. Now, if I want to display this h1 tag, okay, it says style me. So if I go back, see, it says style me. I want to style this. How do I style? I can have an external style like this, but I can also inline style, isn't it? I can apply some inline style. So how do I apply an inline style is the question. So I'll use a style attribute, and then I can assign some value to it. Let us say the color of this text will be white. See, although this is a legal attribute that we have applied, the text here, now it has a problem. The reason there is a problem is because when you're using a style, this requires a configuration object. The style requires a configuration object. So which means you cannot do something like this. See, this style is an expression. It takes a configuration object, and that requires this color equals white. I mean, you don't need this. This would also work. Of course, text, if it becomes white, you'll not be able to see. I'll make it yellow in color. So if I go back, the text would be yellow. No, yellow is also not. Dark orange. So it is now dark orange in color. So no errors, but you see this in dark orange. So you see the style requires a configuration object, and you need to pass all the inline styles onto it. Ideally, you would not do this. I will show you some alternates, but just keep this in mind. There are some attributes that you need to specifically keep in mind. For example, I want to use a background color. So if I want to use background color, the attribute would read like this. This is how in CSS you would write. See, if you see here in the index.html, the background color is written background dash color, text dash align, font dash family, line dash height, isn't it? Now, you can't do that here in JSX because this is a minus operator. So what they've done is they have created some alias names. So instead of background dash color, you say background color, which is camel cased. And the value for this would be, let us say we have used dark orange, right? So we'll probably use some papaya whip, light yellow color, light orange color. You see, it works. So there are some changes. So whenever you use some attributes which uses a dash or a separator, we would use a title case or camel cased. So in this case, point number 9, while using style, use a config object. So we have seen that we have passed a configuration object. The point number 10, the style property should be camel cased. Okay, point number 9 and 10. We'll talk about this 8 in the next example. Now, coming back to the context. See, if you want to write an h1 tag, you can write an h1 tag like this, and it would work. You can also write an h1 tag like this, and that would work as well. Because in HTML, if I want to write a tag, let us say I want to write a div tag, I can write a div tag like this as well, and that would work. It will work. There's nothing wrong in it. If I change this to an h1 tag, it will work. Sorry, h1 tag, it will work. So if I now go back, see, it will work, is displayed, but this is not working. So all the HTML tags will have to be in lowercase only. All the HTML tags will have to be in lowercase only. Okay. Why? Because uppercase names are reserved for these component names. This app that we created here, you cannot call this as app. Lowercase won't work. So that way you are allowed to create, let us say, in this case, I want to create another class called h1. I can do that. I can create a component by name h1, and it can have a render method. The render method will return an h1 tag. I can do something like this. It has I am a default h1 tag, and now if I want to use it, I can export this also without this default, of course, and I can use it in my main.jsx file. Now, how do I do that? Because now I need to render two tags, right? So I will wrap this into a fragment, react.fragment, and I will render this app, and I will also render this h1 tag. So there's a custom tag that I just created, as simple as this. So if I go back, that is because I think there is a reference that I'm not using h1 because I did not import it, isn't it? I was supposed to import it, and that should work. See, it says I'm a default h1 tag, and you see it will work is also displayed. This it will work is coming from this h1 tag here. So I'll comment it. So points to remember is that when you're working with the JSX, JSX elements will always have to be uppercase. I mean, it has to have a uppercase beginning. And when you're using HTML tags, they have to be in lowercase. Don't mix and match. That won't work. Okay, so that sums up these many points. Point number 12, see JSX classes function names must begin with an uppercase character like panel, user form, data grid, and etc. In this case, we have used app, correct? App and H1 here. It has to begin with an uppercase. And all the HTML tags will have to be used using a lowercase. Elements names begin with lowercase. Okay, I can say HTML elements must be lowercase, must be lowercase. Easy. So these are few points that you should keep in mind when you start working with JSX. Event in the next step. Say for example, there is a button, click me. And if I want to attach an event on this, I can't simply say on click like this. This wouldn't work. This wouldn't work because this on click here will be a synthetic event. Synthetic event meaning to say um, React will have a wrapper around the on click of the browser. Okay. And it gives you this name. Implicitly, it will convert it to this. But exterior, it will use this. Why? Because it needs to handle the event object. So on this click, let us say I want to run a function. So what do? I run an expression. This expression will call a function, and inside this function, I will do an alert and say you clicked the button. So if I go back, there is a button. If I click on it, it says you click the button. There are no errors here because errors are all gone. See, you will actually see these errors because whenever I'm making some change here, okay. So if I make a change here, let us say, okay, I've not saved this file, but the browser thinks that I'm already done. Okay, it'll compile it. So whenever you see error, don't panic because if you have completed the code and if you are confident about it, just refresh your browser and those errors will be gone. Coming to the next exercise. So we'll now go take a backup of this project that we have done. And what we have learned in this exercise is about JSX. So in the index.html, you will find that we have learned about JSX in this case. So I'll take a backup. So in the day 4, in the steps, so what are the files that are required? The public folder, src folder, the ESLint is required, index file is required, the package.json file is required, the Vite configuration file is required. The rest of the files, that is node modules, not required, rest of the files not required. Okay, so I will compress this and call this as step 1 JSX. That will lint. Linting is like checking your file for any errors. So you see, it'll ignore the distribution version. It is making sure that the ECMAScript version is 2020. Okay, it uses the ECMAScript feature to render JSX and so on and so forth. Basically, it is organizing your code if you are making any errors in JavaScript. Linting is actually developed by a guy called Douglas Crawford. Not only code formatting, but if you declare a variable that you did not use, it will complain. You have seen that in action, correct? So JSLint, look for this. This is how everything started. Linting is basically helping you some sanitizing the code, okay, for any errors. JSLint was the original. Because after JavaScript was renamed as ECMAScript, we now have ESLint. This is a node module. So it'll find and fix problems in your JavaScript code. So you see, you created a collection, but you did not assign any name to it or whatever. It'll complain about it. So in this case, it is complaining export const collection. Probably why it basically is, underlining it and telling you that something really went wrong, isn't it? How can we use background image URL? You need to make sure that you add an image. Just a second, let me show you. I will get an image which I can share with you. So started this. So what we'll do is we put an image. If I want to use an image, where can we use? So we use the image from the public folder, or in the assets folder, you can put the image. So you see, I put an image called html5 deck.jpg file. And in order to use it in my project, okay, I go to the src folder in the app.jsx file. Let us say I want to display that image here. So I want to display that image here. So I'll use an img tag. The img tag will have an src. The src will be pointing to this current folder. This folder has assets html5 underscore or dash, sorry, dash deck dot html, sorry, jpg file. Save it. Assets is in the local folder, correct here. So you'll have access to all the things inside the src directory. So if I go back to my browser, no, this image is missing. Hold on, guys. I think, we need to put this in the public folder. And then I can directly access it like this. So just put it in the public folder. Okay, and you can directly access. You don't put this in the assets folder. Assets is meant for any audio files, video files that you may want to use. Or you may want to add it in CSS. Right. BG for a div. Okay, that's easy as well. So in case, if you want to use, let us say for this box, okay, instead of using the background color, we'll use a background image. The background will take a URL attribute. Okay, in this case, we want to use the file. What is it called? Copy this, paste it here. It's inside this public folder, isn't it? So if this should work. Let's go to our application and see if that would work. You see, it is working. You see, this is the section tag. I can actually scale this or move this. In fact, the background image is working. You see, it's displayed here. I don't have a small image, maybe in React only. Okay, so you do the same thing in React only. Go to the JSX. So I don't need this. I want to use the, we'll create another tag, article tag. I put some content here. And I want to write in React. So I'll use a style attribute. Oops. Come on, style attribute. The style attribute requires a configuration object. I would assign a width and height to this. Width, let's say, is about 500 pixels. Height would be by default auto, but I'll set it to some 300 pixels. And I want to assign a background for this. So the background would be a URL. I think already had that in my clipboard. I'll simply paste it and that should work. One bracket is missing. I'll save it, go back, relaunch. Something went wrong, I guess. URL is not defined. That is because this entire thing has to be in single quote. See, the image is applied. Okay. Got it. Now what we'll do is, we'll shift gears. We'll learn something called as props. So for the props, you don't need the style. So I'll just reset everything here. So we are learning about props. Okay. So I'll copy and I'll save this file. In the main JSX file, we don't need, this app component. I think, we don't need this. No, we need the app component, but we don't need this h1. We'll just retain the app. The rest of the code can be removed. The app file, again, has so much of code. We will remove all of it. So you see that, I have removed everything that I had before, and we have a clean slate. In the assets public folder, I'll delete this image as well. It is from my HTML5 course deck image. Okay, I think I had mentioned earlier as well. So I am starting a channel on YouTube where you can learn. So that was my HTML. So coming to the contents, we have the public folder and the app file. I will upload this. Maybe we'll take a backup of this and call this as the default template, which we can keep using every time. Okay, whenever we have to create a new project, we'll extract this and replace everything with what I have. I'll call this as template, a basic template. Okay. So first we'll understand what is props and how we can use them in React. Can we go to the next step? So in order to understand this prop, we'll go create another component here. So in the same project, we'll create another component, call it as child.jsx. This is also a class-based component. This will have a render method. The render method will return a div. This div will have a h2 which says child component. This child component here will be exported as a default component. This default component, child comp, we will add in the app component here. See, it's imported, and then we should be able to see it in our output. The props in React has child component. And the very idea of composability is that, you can add this child component as many times as you want. And you see these many child components come, right? So I'll just stick to about 3 of them. There are 3 child components. All of them are displayed here. The 3 child components are displayed. But how do I customize this? Because they all look the same, right? So I would want to customize it. That's where this idea of props comes in. Prop simply means to say properties that you want to pass. So here, if I want to pass any property onto this child component from the parent, see this app component happens to be the parent of the child component, isn't it? Because child component is nested in the app component. So app component is a container, the child component is the content. The child component can also have other children inside. But as of now, this child component is um, wrapped inside this app component. Now, app component can send parameters to this. How do I do that? See, this child component doesn't have any idea. Okay, there's nothing that we have declared. It's pretty say straightforward. But we can directly go on to this component and add a property called title and assign different values to it. Let us say the first one is Avenger. The second one is Justice League. The third one is IndicHero. So the child component now we have passed from the parent, but the child component doesn't know how to access it. I mean, we have not accessed it, so we can display. Now, in order to access it, what did we call title? Correct? It is a made up name. So there is nothing called title on the child component. You can call this a potato if you want, and we can access it with the same name. So because I created an attribute or a property called title, I can access it inside the child component like this. So I can go create a h3 tag to display the title equals, and I can simply bind, and I can simply say this dot props dot title. What is title? The made up name that I created here. How do you access it? You can access it on the props property of a component. This props property is available on all the components, all the class components. This is by default available. And on this title, you can access the title. So if you come up with something else, let us say I want to access or create something called as version, let us say. Okay, and I want this version to be a number. I'll call this as 1001. This is 1002, 1003, so on and so forth. Now in the child component, how do I access it? Like this. So I'll create an h4, call this as version, and I would say this dot props dot. So you see this child component, title is Avenger, version is this. Title is Justice League, version is this. Title is IndicHero, the version is this. You got it? So if I want to pass anything from the parent, you can pass it as a prop. As simple as that. And in order to access it, you would use the this dot props and the name that you have assigned. So if I want to, let us say, access, let us say time. This is a made up name. Okay, so it can be a string or it can be an expression. I'll explain the difference in a minute. If you are using this curly brace here, you can send with the data type. Okay, but if you're using a quote here, it will go as a string. Just keep that in mind. So as of now, let us say I want to call this as 1 p.m. something like that. So I want to pass a text actually. So string, I can call this as 1 p.m. Sorry, p.m. like so. And I want to call this as 2 p.m., 3 p.m., so on and so forth. So I'm passing strings here. This is 2 and this is 3. Now, how to access time? Pretty easy. So if I want to access this time here, I can simply say time is a start time. I can say this dot props dot time. As simple as that. See, the start time is now displayed. Clear? So you can pass any attribute. These are attributes, isn't it? Or in React, they call this as properties. Like this H1 would take some attributes, like, it had a class name attribute, correct? It had a title attribute. H1 usually have a title attribute. It can also have a lang attribute to display the language. Okay, it also has on click event. Okay, so it has several attributes. Similarly, the component that we just created. Okay, what if we did not do this? Then it will create a issue. It will not access it. So if I go back, it will not basically complain about it, but it will simply ignore it. See, the start time for the second one is missing, isn't it? So in that case, you can go to this child component and create a or something like this. So you can use a fallback. If you pass, use it. If you don't pass, you have a fallback. Okay, this simply goes missing. Now we'll go to the next step. So if I want to pass these attributes, like, a single value, these attributes are good. But what if I want to pass some content itself? Say, for example, I have this child component and I want to pass a lot of things. I want to pass a button. I want to pass a UL with some LIs. list item 2 and 3 and a paragraph itself. I want to pass all of this. How do I access it? Because see, in this case, I've put a lot of content here. If it was a value, I could have done that here like this. But if it is content, how do I do? You can access it like this. You go to the child component. Instead of using the props dot title, you can use something called this dot props dot children. Children simply denotes all the things that you have passed in between. So this guy did not get anything. Let us say just for the flavor, we will add one button here. This one will add a list. Just copy this, convert it to an OL and display it. And this one will get the paragraph, let us say, and the last one will get everything. So how do we access them? You'll use this dot props dot children. Okay. Let us say I want to put all of them below a horizontal rule. So if I go back, relaunch, you see this guy gets a button, this guy gets a list, this guy gets a paragraph, and this guy gets everything. Okay. How come title is missing for this? Yeah, because this component did not get anything, right? We did not pass a title, time, version, nothing. Nothing was passed here. So we'll have to create some fallbacks. In all these cases, we can pass in a fallback. If title is not available, we'll put default title and we'll put default version as, let us say, 000. And the time is this one. So we have put some default values instead. Because for the last component here, we did not pass anything, isn't it? So if I go back, you should be able to see all of it. So the last component has a default title, no version, no time, and it has a click me button, li tags inside a UL tag and then paragraph. No, you cannot. Okay, so in React, you don't have any option to do that. You'll have to access all the children. That's the only way you have. Okay, or what we can do is, we can write a custom logic to check if the children is this, then don't render. React does not allow you to filter. You know that you have the ability to filter out, isn't it? We can use ng content and use a select option. Ng content, remember? And even in Vue, you have the ability to filter out. In React, you don't have. 5 folder. And now that we are in, we should be able to, we will be using wheat command to npm create wheat @latest. And we need to specify the name of the project. In this case, it will be steps. Yeah, wheat also has updated. So there are a few steps. Now we'll cd to steps and then npm install and npm run dev, right? These are 3 steps to get your React application started. So as you can see, the node modules are getting installed. So I think the installation is now complete. I can now say npm run dev. And you saw that, the localhost port 5173 is where the application is running. So we open the browser and go to localhost 5173, and it should display our project. So there is a lot of configurations that you can do. My suggestion is dig into the documentation. So as of now, the requirement is to change the server. The server is a configuration object, which will have a port, and I will set the port to be 5050 or maybe 3000, like what React would use. Okay, and the host would be localhost. So this is the configuration. Now with this, our wheat would be served in a different port altogether, 3000. And see, my React application is working. So as we have seen before, what I'll do is I will take a backup of this. So we'll call that template. I'll open the Windows Explorer here. So in my case, this day 5 steps, these are the folders that you would need, isn't it? So if somebody wants to take a backup, somebody who has a problem installing the entire React application, so this is the entire file. So I'll keep it as a backup. And we need to take a backup of this public folder. In the public folder, you see we have the image. I will delete that. We have done this, these steps. This placeholder.txt is just to pack this folder. Okay. In the app, we don't need the app.css file, index.css file. We don't need this app.jsx file as well. We'll delete all of that. We just need this main.jsx file. In the index.html, again, I think I'll need all of this. Just that, here we will change this to props. We are done with props, frankly, but I have few itsy bitsy topics that I wanted to add in so that it becomes very clear to you in your mind as to what is the prop and what are its behavior. So I'll say props, and we'll also validate. Okay. And in my application, I will not use the strict mode. So what is the problem with the strict mode is that the strict mode launches your application twice. Okay. One to check if there are any errors, and then finally it will render in the browser. So I will remove that for now, but I'll show you what is the advantage of the strict mode. And as a developer, it is important for you to check for any errors. So as of now, I don't have these files, so I'm deleting all of them and just keep this app.jsx. This app also is missing, right? I'll be creating one. And this is going to be a class file. So I'll say class app extends component, component. And from this component, we'll have a render method, which will return as a JSX element. So I'll start with a empty tag, a fragment tag. And here I'll use an h1 tag and talk about props. And finally, we'll export it as a default member. And this is what we will use in the main.jsx file here. So this import is now done. So we should be able to use this application. And now in the browser, so you see props is now being displayed. And now that I have got this file, I will be uploading this as well. So apart from node modules in the package log file, you need all the other files. Okay, so you can store this as a template folder. Okay, you don't need the package log file. So apart from this node modules and the package log file, you need everything. So we'll rename this as template. So every time I now don't have to download all the files. Okay, I just have this template that I can use. All right, so how can I use lex equals? I think you are trying to extract the value of an element from HTML DOM in React. Now here in this example, I would want to show you the advantage of props. Okay, and what are the properties or behaviors or traits of prop? Wheat, correct. Yeah, each project you'll use, I think I gave you that, these are some of the frameworks that you have. You can use Create React App. You can use Gatsby. You can use Remix, or you can use Next. These are different frameworks that are available. CRA stands for Create React App. These are different frameworks that are available.
Okay, React can be used with Vite, Create React App, Gatsby Remix, or Next. So we are using it with Vite because I've already shown you how to do it with Create React App. Gatsby Remix and Next have a specific requirement that you would want to use. Okay, so Remix gives you a shopping cart application by default. So if you want to use, so for which you need to understand what is the Remix framework. Again, similarly, you need to understand Gatsby's framework before you can start working. Next is also a Node framework that is available, which works along with React. So you need to understand outside React to get these things to work. Okay, so you'll not be able to just work with React alone. So in this workshop we are working only on React, isn't it? So it is quite agnostic about the framework. So we are not bothered about learning few other frameworks to learn React. So you can, so that leaves us two options: Create React App and Vite. Create React App, generates a lot of boilerplate. So one reason we started using Vite. Okay, I've summarized it so you understand why we are using Vite. Why? Because it is lean, it is pretty fast. Okay, you can read about the rest of things on some YouTube documentation, or maybe even on their Vite's website. You have a comparison between these other frameworks. Okay, justified. Now let us go ahead. In this app, we'll create another component, call it child.jsx. Okay, so now we can use, um, since we are talking about classes, I will use a class component here, but moving forward, I'll be using a function-based component. In the last workshop, I've shown you a difference between both, isn't it? So here, this is going to be called as child component. So this will be an h2 tag, which talks about child component. All right, so now that the child component is available, we'll go to the app component and we will nest it here like so. So this idea of nesting one component in other component is called what? Composition. Okay, that might be a interview question. Just keep this in mind. Composition is nothing but a component nesting another component. I think we're just getting started. You will be able to tag along. So here, this child component will get some props. So how do we send props? So on the app component, we can send props on this tag. So let us say I want to use this title, and I want to use this as app title here. So this app title is available, and we want to display it here. So how do I do that? I'll use an h3 tag, and I'll use bind. So here I will say this dot props dot title, isn't it? Title is the name of the attribute that we set. This is title, and which is what we are using here. So if I run my application, this should display app title displayed here. Now what I want to do is this. In the child component, if can I change this title? Okay. So what I'll do is I will now use a button, and I will say button change title. So there is a button which has a label called change title. See this one. And on the click of it, I want to run a function. Okay, so this is where we will learn how to call functions in this case. So just to keep it really quick, I will write an inline function, but I will externalize it in a short while. So I'll use this on click, and these are synthetic events. These are not the DOM events, right? Because if it was a DOM event, we would write like this on click. But this, since it is a synthetic event, it is an alias name provided to us by the JSX community, which internally calls the same event. Okay. And here I will call a function which will throw an alert. It says you click the button. So if I run this, it should say you click the button. So which means this program is working. So my intention is to actually run a series of commands. So I'll use a curly brace. This alert was working, that. I mean, if I save it, click on this button, it still works. So I'll comment this out. See, my intention is to log this prop here. So what will I do? I can say console log this dot props dot title. So I want to log this title. So if I go relaunch in the console, if I click, I should get, okay, title. Yeah, that is also because, we title. So it's called title, app title, right? App title. So if I click on it, it should show app title. So which means our program is working fine. Now, apart from logging, what I want to do is I want to change this title. Okay. So I'm attempting to change it like this. And then I will log this once again to see if there is any consequences of this. Correct? So do you all agree that this dot props dot title is giving you the app title, correct? Because that's what we passed here. And now with this, I'm trying to change it, isn't it? I'm changing it to this value called changed. Shouldn't this be present in a variable? That is why I brought you down until here, right? Because see, with this, am I not logging it? See, with this command, did I not logging it? It would be logged, isn't it? So watch, I'll comment this part and this part. Okay, I will try to click on this. When I click on this, it shows me the title, app title. It's pretty much displayed here, isn't it? Now, the intention is I want to change it. Okay, so how do I change the prop is the question. So can I change it like this? Let us give it a try. See, if I click on it, it throws a series of errors now. So the error is reading like this: cannot assign to a read-only property title. So in React, these props that are passed from the parent to the child, okay, cannot be modified. These are immutable properties. Immutable simply means to say it cannot mutate. It cannot be changed. So if you are trying to change, it won't be changed. So as of now, this property is owned by who? The app component, correct? App component owns it, and he is able to send it. Say for example, if I had a property here, let us say title, and I assign this value. This is app title, like so. And if I want to pass this app title here, I could do this. Instead of using this string, I can use an expression and say this dot title, and it would work, isn't it? So if I run this example again, you see this dot app title is displayed. So if I click on it, first it shows me that this is app title, and then you got an error. Okay, this error clearly tells you that this is a read-only property and it cannot be changed. So the summary of this exercise is this: the props that you are getting from the parent cannot be changed. These props are read-only. Okay, so props are read-only. You cannot change it. Who can change it? The app can change it. If it wants to change the title, it can change, isn't it? So now let us see if we can actually change the prop, the title on the app component. Props is reserved keyword, like it will only refer to props that we are. Yes, props is a reserved keyword. We spoke about that. Why you have used this keyword, we can also pass in a variable curly braces also. Where would you pass it? Yeah, because this is a class property. So in the class, remember, if you want to access the class property, we'll have to use this keyword to get access to it. I think we spoke about that a lot. If you recall, I think we spoke about that. I'm not sure on which day, but we spoke about on this. So if you remember, use this dot title, this dot first name. You remember all of this in the step 10 of day 2. Yeah. So which is why I'm using the this keyword to access it. See, you would not need all this keyword when you start working with function-based components. So one reason why many people like to work with function-based components. But nevertheless, coming back to the context, if I want to pass a property to the child, I can pass it as a prop. So you see, this is a prop. But can the child change the prop? The answer is no. Why? Because props are read-only. There is a logical reason to it. See, there may be another component that this app can contain, right? So there can be another component like so. So if this child property is given the rights to change, how will the parent know that the property is changed? Because this property anyhow is borrowed from the parent. The app is the parent as of now, correct? So app has passed it to the child component, but this child component modified it. If it modifies, the other component should reflect it, isn't it? So other component will not know. So one reason what React developers have done is the props that you send to these child components are read only. You cannot change it. You cannot mutate it. So we have done an experiment just to understand the props are immutable. Okay, you cannot change it. There's hardly any structure here. There is app component and a child component. Okay, the main component is rendering the app. How you found out that property is immutable? Here we try to change. No, we are assigning it here in line number 14. This dot props dot title equals changed. We were trying to assign this changed value to this dot props dot title, correct? The summary is that props are immutable. Now, but what is something that this component can change then? Let us say I want this component to have a property that it can change. So you can have a property like this. Let us say power. And I'll assign a value of, let us say, 1. This power is something that I want to use in my application. So I'll use a HR tag, a horizontal tag. I'll use an h3 tag and display power here. So how do I display this power here? I would say this dot power, isn't it? And then this should display. So let's go give this a try. See, the power is now displayed. I mean, since we added 2 components here in the app, you'll be seeing 2. I'll just make it 1 so that you can stay focused. So you see the power is now displayed here. Power is 1. Correct? So this power is a child's property. Agreed? It's not the app's property, it's the child's property. That is child components property. Power here. I'll say power is, and now let us say I want to change this. Since this is not a prop, can I change it is the question. So I'll copy this and type, paste it exactly here. And in this case, I want to just increase the power. So how do I increase the power? We don't need this logic now. So if I want to increase the power, first I can access this. How do I access it here? I can say this dot power and I can access. Let us say we console log this first. And let us see if this would work. So if I now click on this button, increase power, I should get 1. You see 1 is now being displayed here. Yeah, that is what we are discussing. But how? How can we change it? Since this is a component's own property, we should have access to change it. But there is a challenge to it. Watch. See, however, these look very trivial, but React, has a idea behind it. And it's important that, as a newcomer, you understand or get yourself acquainted with this idea. Okay, so now let us say I want to, I've console logged it, and I'll say this is before change. And now I want to change it. Now, how do I change it? I'll say this dot power, let us say equals 5. And now I will log it after change. So before change, it should be 1. That's the default value. After change, it should be 5. Okay. And I'm expecting that to be displayed as well here, isn't it? So if I now go, see power is 1. If I click on increase power, before change it was 1, after change it became 5. But you see the power is now changed to 5, but you see the power is still not reflecting on the view. Yes, the power is changed. Power which is 1, okay, before change it was 1. I've changed it. Now this one is a class or component's own property and it can be changed. But though you changed, it does not reflect in the view, isn't it? It's not reflecting in the template. Why? Because see, when this render method was called, we returned a DOM element, JSX element, which had this h2 tag and this h3 tag and this h3 tag, and then the two buttons. They all were rendered. And on the click of this button, since you are updating the property, the component will have to re-render this. Only then the changes will be reflected, isn't it? If not, it cannot be reflecting. The changes will not be reflecting. See, logically I have changed it, but the view will have to be re-updated, isn't it? The view will have to be re-rendered. Render is the method that we are using here, right? That's a built-in method. So how do we call the render method? So can I simply say this dot render, and would that work is the question. So let us go check if that would work. So if I click on it, I call the render method also, and it is not rendering. That tells you, you as a developer cannot render this implicitly. Explicitly. You cannot call the render method explicitly. React is the React library can do it. We cannot call the render method, but there is one more method that we can use that will implicitly call the render method for us. You can say this dot force update. So if you call the force update method, it will call the render method implicitly, and then you should be able to get this component to render. See, I click on this, it became 5 now. Easy. So what is force update? It is meant to change the view on demand. Okay. See, although this works, my suggestion is you should not do something like this. That if a component's property is modified, React will not know about it, or React's view will not know about it. So for the React's view to know about it, you will call the force update. But there is another way to do it. Watch. And this is what I would recommend all of you to follow moving forward. If a component should have a property, you would always put it onto an object called state. State is always an object. Again, like props, state is a reserved keyword. See, there are few keywords that you have now acquainted yourself with. You have something called as props. Props is a reserved keyword, correct? So this is something that you inherit from the parent. Now, state is a property very much like this prop. Okay. But state has a special meaning in React. So this state can have any number of properties. In this case, I would call this as, let us say, version. And I would assign a value to it. I will say 1. So this state here has a property called version, which has a value called 1. And now what I'll do is I'll do the same thing like what we did for power. I will say this is version is, and I will put a horizontal rule in between. The version is, and I'll say, see, how do I now access the states property? I would say this dot state dot version, like so. So this version will now be displayed, and say increase version. And if I want to log, I would say this dot state dot version. Okay. And again here, I would say this dot state dot version. Oops, version. Here I would want to change. So how do I change? Can I change it as this dot state dot version equals 5? Okay. Very similar to what we did earlier, isn't it? But we will not use this force update now. But let us see now if this can work for us in the first place. So run this example, relaunch. So I've got power. I click on this increase version. It says before one is, before change it is 1, after change it is 5. And you see this, um, the state version is getting updated here. But if you update it like this, the component will not re-render, isn't it? The component is not rendering. That is why you get to see version is 1. How do I force update? So should I call this force update? I mean, watch. Even now, if I click on increase power, both the the views get updated. The reason is because the force update is calling the render method to be called once again, and since the render method was called, all the components view was generated once again and with the updated value. And here we would have changed the value, correct? Now there is a small twist to the story. Instead of changing the version like this, you use a method of the state to change. So the React basically gives you a method to change the state, which is called the set state. So I can now use the this dot set state, and set state is expected to return this object. In React, you have this concept of replacing, not mutating. So mutation is what? You take the same property and then you modify it, correct? Replacing is what? You take this object and replace that with a new value. So you're not using the existing one and then updating it. And what React team has found out is, if you are replacing this object, it is much faster compared to accessing a property and then updating it. So what we'll now do is we'll use the set state, and set state will now return an object which will be replacing this here. So frankly, I can copy this because set state anyhow will have to be replacing the existing object, isn't it? So I can say version is 5, like so. And because I said the set state, okay, this will now refresh. Okay, let us just stay focused on this. So the idea here is the set state will be used to change the state of React component. Come back here, and now if I click on the increase version, it will upgrade. If you have 10 items, you will have to individually change them. No, you can't expect all of them to change. I mean, you can be probably reflecting this in all the places. All of them will have the same version. So if you click on it, all of them get updated, isn't it? Does that make sense? So you, in this example, you are updating the version alone. If this state had many other properties, then each one of them will have to be updated.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack web developer course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn tech stack like MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, Node.js, along with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and more from the IIT faculty. With this course, we've already helped thousands of professionals transition into high paying developer roles. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. No doubt this course can take your career to new heights. So check out the course page link in the description and take the first step towards becoming a certified full stack web developer.
So now that you're clear with frontend, let's now move to backend part of Mon. Starting with Node.js, Node.js allows to run JavaScript on the server side, not just the browser. This means we can use JavaScript to build APIs, handle databases, manage users, and much more. In Mon stack, Node.js work together with Express.js to form backend layer. It's fast, scalable, and perfect for building real-time application like chat apps, online games, and live tracking system. So Node.js helps us connect everything happening behind the scene with what user sees on the front end.
So what is Node.js? Why Node.js is really popular, and why should we really care? What is in it for you to learn Node.js? Is all something that we will cover now, and then we will go ahead and install Node.js. Okay. Um, so first, we'll understand what is Node.js and how uh, Node.js has surfaced so far, and then what is going to be the future of Node.js. There are so many versions that you may find online to justify what is Node.js and what is going to be the future. So I'll give you my version of it, so you can decide and prioritize your time to learn Node.js.
So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript platform. So what that means to you and me is the JavaScript that used to work on the browser can now work on the server side. So it is pretty much like Java or .NET or PHP or Python, which can be executed on the server side. Okay. So JavaScript was not meant to actually be working on the server side. JavaScript started as a client side programming language, which was not actually considered very serious for a long time. But now look at this. There are many people who have enrolled for this Node.js workshop because there are a lot of jobs that demand you to know Node.js. So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript platform. So your JavaScript gets executed on the server and does the job for you. Okay. So Node.js is used for developing application that has to be executed on the server side to talk to a file, to talk to a database, to communicate to other modules that might be present on the server. For all practical purposes, your computer that you will be using now will be server where Node.js will be installed. Um, and what makes Node.js better than the ones that are already available is Node.js finds the fastest way to convert your intention as a developer to a machine executable code. So why? Because Node.js predominantly uses C and C++. And now, how will Node achieve something like that is we will realize with some slides. So if you see, Node.js is an ecosystem which comprises of a utility called libuv. It has weight engine, and it has JavaScript plus C and C++ syntax that are already um, loaded by the developers, by a community of people who are contributing to Node.js. As a matter of fact, you and me can also be part of Node.js, and we will be, by the end of this workshop, you and me will have something to contribute to the Node community. But it is not so, isn't it? One reason why Node.js is popular amongst many banking applications as of this date. I have got, I was fortunate to work with several banks in the past which use Node.js as their platform. Okay, and they don't fail, so they do work. And worked with companies which do media streaming. So on the server side, media streaming is actually considered as one of the heavy lifters, and Node.js is very efficient doing that. See, no doubt Node.js may have some limitations on the platform side, but um, you can hardly find a replacement for Node.js on various aspects. One reason why Node.js is really getting popular, and it um, is being a very tough race between Node.js and other server-side technologies that we have as of this date. Node help for JavaScripting and jQuery. JavaScripting is different. Script is the same. That is what we'll be using on Node.js. Node.js is a server-side JavaScript platform. So JavaScript is what we'll be using. Okay. JavaScript is also known as ECMAScript. So we'll be using that flavor in JavaScript and ECMAScript. They both are same. They just rename JavaScript as ECMAScript. So, what is the purpose of each one of these modules or each one of these frameworks that are sitting inside Node.js? Because see, this guy called Randall, who started Node.js, was actually inspired by another server-side JavaScript platform. So Node.js is not the only server-side platform. You may want to make a note of this. There is a platform called Rhino.js, which is much older than Node.js. Just that it did not get the popularity Node.js did. So you can find that on Wikipedia as well. Rhino.js. Rhino.js is a open source platform created by the Mozilla community. Who's Mozilla community now? They are the ones who created JavaScript, ECMAScript. Okay. So they created a platform and they made it available for us. Just that their ecosystem did not have the ability for users like you and me to contribute to the development of their platform, which means they can only work with the existing JavaScript APIs. Like you can, create simple data structures. You can, you did not have the ability to talk to a file, modify it, like what Node.js does for now. It did not have the ability to create web servers like the way we will now be creating in this workshop. So it was pretty primitive. So, but that was inspiring for many developers to work with. And this guy, Ryan Dahl, who wanted to do some project for his computers graduation, he thought this might be a good area to start. And then he created this platform, Node.js. So the libUI is a utility that Node.js actually uses to outsource any of the job that JavaScript is not capable of doing. See, is JavaScript meant to talk to a file? The answer is no. Is JavaScript meant to make an AJAX call and deal with some delayed responses? The answer is no. So those jobs will be actually outsourced to libUI. So that's the purpose of libUI. And then we have V8 engine. The purpose of the V8 engine is to help Node.js understand what your purposes are. So the purpose of this V8, what is V8 now? V8 is a Google platform, which is open source. You can search for V8 on GitHub. You'll probably get the link for the repository on Google's website or Google's GitHub repository as well. So this is the platform that is used to uh, communicate between you as a developer and to machine learning code. So it has various options that it can communicate. It can communicate to. So it can be Windows, it can be Linux, it can be Unix, it can be Mac OS. Any of these platforms can be communicated with Node.js. So again, this V8 is not just for desktops, guys. It can also work on a mobile phone. It can also work on a watch. I've seen Node platforms being used even on washing machines and automobiles. So the advantage of learning these technologies are that your program then can penetrate various devices, something that you have not even thought about. So definitely Node.js is a good addition for your resume. That's something that I can assure you. So what happens behind the scene is this. This is not a comprehensive list. This is my version. So we as developer, we will communicate to Node.js using the JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript is a programming language. Um, uh, it is a programming language, not a scripting language. Okay, many people think JavaScript is a scripting language which doesn't have to be compiled. No, JavaScript is a programming language. It actually gets compiled. Even on the browser, it gets compiled. Uh, it's just not interpreted. Okay, just keep that in mind because at an interview they may really ask you questions like these. So we'll also be using a combination of some old syntaxes and some new syntaxes. Why? Because newer syntaxes are supported. Not all of them are supported because when there is a new feature that is released by the Mozilla community, it becomes part of the experimental feature on the ECMA website. And then when all the platforms agree to it, that gets included in the build in the browser. So it may take some time. And once you write a program, let us say I want to throw an alert. So I'll say alert. What is alert? It's a syntax that you have written in JavaScript. And what happens behind the scene is it actually looks for a corresponding C command, C or C++ command, and it will inform the machine as to what should this alert be doing, what is the expectation of that. And it uses wide variety of platforms, so it'll look for that corresponding hook and it'll execute that machine code which is responsible to throw an alert. So this is the flow. But you don't have to understand how it is working. See, when you are learning a technology, you have two purposes. Let us say you want to drive a car. there are two approaches. You can either be a good driver, you know how to handle the brakes, you know how to handle the accelerator, you know how to use all the um, convenience that the engineer has built for us. That's one way to look at it. Or you can be the engineer. You can open the bonnet and start looking at what is going behind the scene. So let's go to the next slide. How can we summarize all the meaning of? So this Ryan Ball guy, he was working with a company called Joint, and he proposed this idea of creating a platform that can be community driven. So people like you and me can also contribute and make Node.js popular. And that idea was a real game changer for the success of Node.js. Node.js became popular overnight, and people started using Node.js uh, to build their applications and also started contributing so that Node.js can be more smarter. Okay, but that excitement did not last for long. Okay, so this Node.js library was introduced in 2009. So we are in 2023 now. So if you see, Node.js is not all that old. Okay, so you cannot directly say, is Node.js as versatile as Java? No. Is Node.js as versatile as Python? No. Is it as stable and efficient as .NET.js? No, Microsoft.NET? The answer is no. But Node.js is actually giving a tough competition to all of them because they all followed one idea of creating an application that will use multiple threads. But Node.js does not. Node.js is a single thread. So when Node.js was supported by a large community, this company called Joint started becoming greedy. I'm giving you some stories that are not in my slide. So you can actually look for them online. And Joint said that Node.js will now be um, not free for everybody, but we'll also have some paid modules. So that's when you know um, uh, the developers like you and me who contributed to the development of Node.js felt betrayed. So they started a parallel ecosystem for Node.js called io.js. You just make a note of that somewhere and then you can look for it. So when io.js was released, Node.js then realized that hey, it was not a good idea to revolt and go back on our words. So they came up with this irrevocable agreement to themselves that they are not going to make Node.js completely commercial. So as of this date, Node.js does have some commercial angle to it because even companies do use Node.js platform, and because that is commercially exploited, they definitely have a commercial angle to it. io.js then was recalled by the developers because they didn't want to have two different ecosystem. But as of this date, Node.js is not the only server-side platform that is existing out there. You also have Deno.js and Bun.js, which are parallel technologies like Node.js. So you can probably keep learning them as well. But they also have their own ecosystem. It's not that they are depending on Node.js. Some of them leverage on Node, and some of them have their own parallel ecosystem. And trust me, there will be million other technologies which will come and go, but Node.js will be there for a long time. Because I have seen many banking companies doing a lot of research on Node.js and investing, huge projects to be delivered on that platform. So Node.js is definitely going to be there for a long time. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So where can I use it? Again, this is my personal experience that I'm sharing with you. By no means that this is something that um, you will also have to agree with me because I've worked with the Node.js with various companies for various requirements. So I was in Mumbai doing a consultation for a company which uses Node.js to detect cracks in the bridge. So you see, it is actually used by civil engineers as well. I mean, they have a platform on which Node.js is implemented, which help them run various tests and acquire their results and compare them. Okay, so much before the Node.js intervention, they would be using other technologies like Java. Okay, but now they saw Node.js, which can do a lot of things at a faster pace when they decided to use them. I've also worked with Mercedes in Mumbai again and in Bangalore. They use Node.js as a platform um, to prepare their dashboards. A company called Herman, which is an audio company, they also use Node.js as a platform to give a seamless experience to play good sound quality using Node.js. So there are various applications, guys. So as of this workshop, we'll be focusing more towards the data-centric part of Node.js, but Node.js can be used beyond what you can imagine as of this state. So just understand, and then the applications might be different when you start working for a different company or you start working on a different project. So whenever you need to create an application that requires real-time data update. Okay, so it can be GoIB, which uses Node.js behind the scene to give a um, um, the location of the bus. Even Red Bus, which is part of GoIB, uses the same technology and platform. Or a company called Musk in Pune, which uses Node.js to manage their cargoes and containers across the globe. So, Node.js definitely comes handy in various situations. But what I've realized is that, compared to other technologies that we had or they had as an option, they choose Node.js over them. So, which means that they definitely have done some research and they have invested their application development on Node.js, isn't it? So, Node.js helps your application to keep in touch with the server side with the use of something called as sockets. It does that. I'll explain that moving forward. And Node.js is also useful in faster file uploading and downloading. The very fact that we are using Zoom as a platform to deliver this online training may fully possible with just Node.js and using something called as WebRTC and Socket.io. Okay, so Node.js does support uploading files fast and downloading them. See, as I'm speaking to you, these are voice packets that are getting uploaded onto a server and that are being relayed to you. And I'm sure, as I'm typing and as I'm speaking, all of you can listen to it. So it can be fairly delivered on Node.js, but I don't know exactly what technology Zoom uses behind the scene. But yes, there are other platforms which are similar to Zoom, which use Node.js as a platform to deliver exactly as what we are doing. And I've also worked with few companies which do serve advertisements. Basically, they manage advertisements. They're like promoters and aggregators of advertisement. So when the user comes to a web application, they have to check the demographics of the user, his search history, and his all the frequent search that he has done, and then they will look for a client who has a product that they probably could be looking for, and they'll also search who is the highest payer of those advertisements, and they promote it. And to do all of that, they'll have few nanoseconds to achieve. So you see, they may have other technologies to do that, but Node is what I have seen is being used to deliver these advertisement platforms. And again, Node.js also has multiplayer games. I've worked with few companies in Chennai which are into casino games, poker games. They use Node.js as a platform to build a platform that people can use to play for entertainment and fun. So it definitely gives a seamless experience. I'm talking about Node and the advantages, right? Because HTML5 introduced this WebSockets. which were actually not part of the client side ecosystem. And because we have this WebSockets now, and WebSockets are also available on the server, and Node.js can leverage on it, there are several tools that are available. We'll be covering one of them called Socket.io to create a simple chat application. So there are few things that I would like to clarify much before we start with some hands-on. So if you are familiar with other platforms, like you have worked with Java, you have worked with .NET, or you're totally new to programming and you have worked with some basic HTML and CSS, not just become a web framework. But in this workshop, we'll be using Node to or tools on Node to work with web frameworks, and it does not support multi-threading. So it's a single-threaded server. Moving forward, I'll show you a small exercise to illustrate and help you understand this idea of multi-threading and single-threading. So you'll seriously understand what is a thread moving forward. Okay, so for those who are totally new, don't bother. I have scheduled everything for you so that you understand. You understand what is a cluster, you understand what is a byte that is going on, we understand what is a thread, and you can also create a multi-thread or a pseudo multi-thread in Node.js moving forward. And Node.js is not meant. So I've also had an opportunity to train some companies which were hell bent on .NET and Java. They thought that Java and .NET are the only technologies moving forward. But when you present a new technology, it will become a career threat for most of them, right? So you can use Node.js as an alternate, but you're not forced to do it. So just keep that in mind. So nobody is forcing you to use Node.js, and not every project is fully capable of taking all the advantage of Node.js. Okay, so just because you have learned Node.js, don't expect every technologies to start moving towards Node.js. They are good at their own place. So Node.js has some advantages and disadvantages. So in my opinion, learn this and complete the course. Spend some time building some small projects. Push the limits of Node.js. Find out where Node.js is good and where it is bad, and then make a choice. Okay, so I think that is fair. So there are a few things that you should know before we start Node.js. So when you work with the web browser with JavaScript programming, you'll have something called as a navigator object. Navigator is the browser in which there is a window object, in which there is a document object. There is a location on the navigation object as well that we can take advantage of. There is an ability to listen to user events on the document. We can create our components on the document. But when you start working with Node.js, you'll find that all of these are missing. And instead, we get something called as globals in Node.js. There are several types of globals. So there is a global called require, there's a global called module, there's a global called process, just to name a few. There are loads of them. So we will start focusing on these instead of the window of the document and the location. Instead, we'll start looking at these. So these will come as an alternate. So if you have spent time understanding the client side development of Node.js, you will have to replace them with the server side vocabulary. So guys, in order to install Node.js, let's go to Node.js. Go to nodejs.org, and if you go to their website, there is this LTS, or the long-term support. So you click on this, I'll download Node.js for you. So it is now downloading version 20.15.0. The last couple of days when I installed Node.js, it was Node um, uh, 20.14. Now they have a 20.15. So which means they have some small updates. Okay, so I can start downloading, and once it is downloaded, we can install it. So once you have Node.js, okay, I suggested that close Visual Studio Code when you're installing Node.js. That is for a reason. Why? Because when you install Node.js, that will be integrated with Visual Studio Code, and we'll actually be using Visual Studio Code to work. All right, so let's, after you have installed Node.js, we can open the VS Code. Then you click on this button, it will definitely download the MSI file. So, or you click on the download link. If it is not, okay, if it is not downloading the appropriate version, then select Node 15 and select Windows from the drop down and then click on download. So you have pre-built installers and pre-built binaries or the source code. My suggestion is just download this pre-built installers, which is what we would be using going forward. See, the platform really understood that I am using Windows and it is supposing, okay, so once you have downloaded, you install it. And don't install Chocolatey and other extensions. You don't need them. You can skip that Chocolatey installer. Yeah. But the rest of these uh, are defaults. Just ignore the Chocolatey on Windows. Okay. So you can install all of the rest of the defaults. So again, this is for those who have installed start. Now from the node, from the VS Code, sorry, you should be able to look for the terminal. Okay, and look for a new terminal. You open the terminal window, this one. And you notice that, by default, it uses PowerShell, correct? It uses PowerShell here. So when you open the terminal, the shortcut to open the terminal is Control Shift tilde. Okay, Control Shift backtick or else. So this should open the terminal. When the terminal opens, it actually shows you PowerShell. Don't do anything. Just let me know if you are seeing PowerShell so that we continue. Has no PowerShell. In the PowerShell, okay, the moment you say node, okay, and type enter, it actually switches to node terminal. You see that? See, in my case, it shifted to node terminal, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Now, how do you come back? You press Control C twice, and then PowerShell comes back. Yeah. In the Visual Studio Code, if you type node, okay, and press -V, it should give you the version. Does it give you the version? Which means that node is installed. You are able to switch between node and PowerShell, right? See, the idea here is this. When you install Node.js, what you get is a platform to work with. And that can be accessed via the PowerShell by using the node command. When you say node space, node enter, it actually switches to node terminal. So now we are working on the node command prompt. So here, node allows you to do something called as read, evaluate, print, and loop. Okay. Node allows you to do what? Read, evaluate, print, and loop. Like any other programming languages do. It'll read the syntax that you have provided or the variables that you have assigned. It'll evaluate them. So you can run some conditions. You can print them onto the screen so you can do some debugging, or you can use them for a program. And you can also run loops. REPL stands for read, evaluate, print, and loop. Some platforms also refer them as read, evaluate, print, and line. It's just a preference that they have generated. That is all. So in Node, we will be using read, evaluate, print, and loop. So basically, in the terminal, you can create a variable. So now I go create a variable by using the keyword var and say user, and I'll assign my name to it, Vijay. And see, when you are using this platform, right, a node actually uses a callback function for every statement that you execute. It'll wrap this into a function and it'll call that function. Every statement is a function actually. So when you press enter, it'll give the return of that function. Since where there is nothing to return, it will return undefined. So don't worry, I can help you remove this undefined, but that's not the purpose of this example. So I'll show you how you can remove it moving forward. For now, just stay focused. So when you type this variable user equals, you have to type user equals. So I'll use this user Vijay, and now I want to read it. So see, I want to read the variable that I've already created. So how do I read it? I can use the console and log on that. This console console dot log is a command which prints on the console. So if I ask what is the user and then I press enter, again this statement will be executed in a function and it will return undefined and it will also return whatever I asked for. I can, as I told you earlier also, I can configure node not to print that undefined, but that is not the purpose of this example. So just press enter, it'll say Vijay and it'll say undefined. Easy. So you should be able to do something like this. You also have an editor mode in the Node.js that you can use. You can press Ctrl C twice. And the moment you come out of Node, it forgets everything that we had typed earlier. Okay. So now it has a fresh memory. If you now say Node, and now if I say, hey, console log user, it will not know what you're talking about. It say there is an uncount reference. I don't know what is user. So there is no user defined. What's really happening is this. When you when you run the node command, it'll create a memory where your program is executed. And that memory is immediately released when you come out of the node, when you press Ctrl C twice. Okay. Semicolon is optional in JavaScript because JavaScript implements a feature called automatic semicolon insertion. So the compiler inserts a semicolon even if you don't. But as a responsible developer, I recommend you install or use semicolon as far as possible. Okay. If you miss on few places, that's okay. JavaScript is pardonable, so it'll pardon you. But there are some exceptions where things may go wrong. So try and incorporate this as far as possible. So I've been working on JavaScript since what, almost like 15, 16 years now. From the time JavaScript was introduced, I have been part of JavaScript. What are we exactly doing in switching the modes? We are switching between Node and the PowerShell platform. So you can't use PowerShell to run Node. You'll have to switch to Node to work with Node. So I'm just trying to help you understand how this Node platform is integrated with VS Code so that we can take advantage of it as a developer. So it also has an editor mode. So you can type node space dot editor. No, I think yeah, you'll say node space dot editor. No, node dot editor. Yeah, you type node and then type editor. So it will now enter the editor mode. So we are now in the editor mode. What will the editor mode do is it will take several commands, okay, and then you can run them. So I can now say, hey, var user equals Vijay. I'm putting my name, okay, and then see, I'm not getting any undefined as of now because we are in the editor mode. And now I can ask console log user, and now don't expect the user to print. Now, in order to compile all of them, you'll say Control D. Press Control D on your keyboard, and that will execute the command that we have run. Small question in real time: how would we manage all these files and data since it is so? No, in fact, you don't. In fact, you don't use this approach at all. Okay, that is why we developers become little smarter. Okay, I'm just trying to tell you what are the limitations that Node platform already has and why we use a different approach altogether. So just go with the flow. You'll understand all of it. So you have the editor mode and you have the ability to save these files and use them for a later part. You can do all of that. You can use .save and save this file to an external file as well. No problem. That's the default setting in Node to execute every line in a function. If you don't like it, you can come out of it. I'll show you how you do that moving forward. For now, that's not the priority. What we will now do is this. Instead of we running this node every time, we can ask Node to run a file as well. Okay. So see, in this case, I have this day one folder. So I'll cd to the day one folder. So I'm in the day one folder, and notice I'm in the PowerShell. Easy. Now in the day one folder, I will now go create step1.js file. The step1.js file now will have some commands exactly like what we did. So I'll go create a variable. I call this as user and assign my name. You can put yours. Okay, and then we will do a console log user. And now I want this file to be used by Node. So what I do now is, now that I've navigated to the day one folder, I will now ask Node space step one. You don't use the extension .js now. Okay, you ask Node to execute this file. .js is optional because Node knows, or the Node compiler knows, that you are using a .js extension. However, Node can be configured to use different extensions. I'll show you different extensions moving forward. For now, let us use .js. Press enter, and it will give you the very question that we asked for. There's no undefined now, isn't it? Try this. I know it's a very puny step, but I want all of you to try these and then get yourself comfortable moving forward. So try this, complete this, and let me know that you're done printing your name on the console, and then we go to the next step. So let's proceed further. So what are we doing here is that, we have a file that can be executed by Node.js. So this is what we will follow. I guess, some of you had asked me a question in real time, since this data will be required. Okay, so this variable is required, right? So how will we do it? How will we um, use it moving forward? So we actually use everything in a .js file, and this .js files can be shared across, isn't it? Now how do we I mean, I can save it. I can close this file. I can come back after 2 years and I can open this file, and I still can get this to work. I can also send this to you so that you can, build on this, isn't it? It makes sense, right? So Node.js is actually the ecosystem that we will be using. So let's all go to not getting. How come you're not getting an output? If you have navigated to the day one folder and access the same file, it will work. And guys, one more issue with many developers. This is my experience, because you dot extensions. This is that extensions. So you go to the file menu, guys, and choose this autosave. Just check this autosave thing, because if you have disabled it, okay, so in this case autosave is disabled. I have made some changes. Okay, let us say I will change this to um, let's say um, I'll save. But notice, this file is not yet saved. Okay, and now I have not saved this. Now if I run this file, it'll still say Vijay, but I've changed it here. I've changed it, but I've not saved it. You get the error, right? So it may happen that, you have a blank file and you actually saved something. I mean, you have put some message, but you forgot to save this file. Now if I type this, you don't get anything. I'm not getting anything, but you see this, it's, you have already typed in that file. But what you forgot to do is save this file. Because it is not saved, terminal is referring to this file which is not saved. You get this idea? So it's important that now you keep saving all the files. Right click, make a folder. Yeah, go to the file menu, choose auto save. Now you don't have to worry about it. So every time I type something, it's updated. I don't have to hit the save button, but you see it is updated. Hope you got this. There are a few concepts that I suggest that you guys know much before we actually start working with Node. These are basic nitty-gritties of any programming language. So I'll kind of go over them really quick, one by one. Please make sure you follow them. So we'll go create a new file. This is called step 2 core.js file. So here, let us understand some core functionalities that JavaScript is good at. Okay, and in the process, I will help you introduce. I help you introduce yourself to the Node ecosystem and how Node is slightly different from the world of JavaScript. So in JavaScript, you can declare a variable in one of these three ways. You can use the word var to declare a variable. You can use the let to declare a variable. You can also use const to declare a variable. Now, how are they different from each other? Var uses object scope. Okay. And let and const uses something called as a block scope. But when this is already using a block scope, why there was a need for them to create another one with the same block scope? So it has the ability to not only just have the block scope, but it is also a constant that cannot be changed. Okay, and then it needs to be initialized when you're creating it. Okay, that's something that you keep in mind. Okay, so to illustrate this, this idea of var, let, and const, I'm creating a small example. So let us say I want to create a loop, for loop. So in this example, the for loop that I want to create, I want to create a variable. I call it I, and then I'll initialize this with 0. And I would say I, as long as I is less than, let us say, 10, I would want to say I plus plus. A standard loop in most of the programming languages that you could have worked on. So in this example, I'm creating a loop that will work on this variable I, compare it if the value is less than I, and keeps incrementing it. I can come here and say, hey, console, log what is the value of I. And now if I want this to be executed, okay, in the program, I can simply go node and space step2 core.js file and press enter. And it'll sure enough give you 10 logs. It started with 0 because the I was initially 0, and then it iterates through I until it reaches 10, and then you see the logs here. Easy. But since we spoke here, the var has an object scope. So if I come here and ask, hey console, what is the value of I? What do you think will happen? Get something new. Okay. You may also learn something new because see, somebody comes in with um, their prior knowledge and some unique experience that they have, and they will always add some value. Okay, so those who already know the answer, just sit back, relax. This is not for you. Okay, see, some of the answers I've got is 0. So why is 0 though? But it can be a reference error. Why is it 10? So no doubt it is 10. It's 10 here. Okay, so I will also say if it is outside, no, it is not global scope. Definitely not global scope. So what I'll do is this. I'll go use a function, my fun. And inside this my fun, I've wrapped this. Okay. So now if I say I, what do you think will happen, guys? If it was global scope, don't you think I would get the reference to I here? Don't you think? Those who said global scope, don't you think that you will get a reference error now? I mean, you should be able to access it, isn't it? So let's go give this a try. I run this example, and it says, sorry, I is not defined. Now, what makes it not available. If it is global, it should have been displayed, isn't it? What does the word global mean? You can access it anywhere, isn't it? I'm trying to access it, but it is not. Now, if I go into this function, I will be able to access it. So you see, out of the loop, it is 10, isn't it? Um, so what it tells you is that, this I is now having this function scope. Now in JavaScript, functions are objects. Okay. So which is why it is available within this function. Make sense? But it is definitely not global scope. Var is not a global scope. It just has a scope of the object which is containing it. Now, what if I wanted this variable I to be just inside this block, not move outside? You will either have to use let or const. But in this case, we are incrementing it. So const is out of the way. We'll have to use let here. So if I say let, you'll then be able to get um, this I to be used only inside this block. This is a block, code block, right? So it's a code block. Now, if I run this example, you'll be able to access this I only inside this block, not outside. This wouldn't work. This would throw an error. Now, if I run this exercise, see, run this, it says I is not defined, exactly like what we did before. Easy. Now, let me also explain another concept. Watch. So I'll create var. Okay. And I come here. I'll say, hey, console, or maybe I will clone this line before the loop. What do you think the answer here will be in line number 8? It can't be 10. It's not 9 as well. Error 0. Press enter. So it says value of I before the loop is undefined. Okay. So why do you think this is happening? What feature of JavaScript creates this? Why am I getting it as undefined? Hoisting, right? So because in JavaScript there is a feature called hoisting. What happens is that these variables that you declare, when you use this var, it implements something called as hoisting. So what does hoisting mean? It actually hoists this variable right here in the beginning. I mean, see, there is nothing that you can write between um, um, line number 7 and 8. No, it is not like that. It actually goes and creates it like exactly here. Var I equals undefined. Undefined is a data type in JavaScript. And in the place where you have actually defined it, it will actually assign a value. So this is called as an assignment of the value, right? Here, the variable is initialized with undefined, and here it is assigned a value 0. Make sense? So there is this feature called hoisting that works, behind the scene for you. It will hoist every variable that you create to the top of the code block and makes it undefined. And then in the line where you have defined it, it actually initializes the value or assigns the value. It initializes itself with undefined initially, but at the line where you are assigning a value, it gets applied. So just keep this in mind, and we will now proceed further. Okay, so you should now be clear with the word hoisting and something called as block scope. Okay, I'm glad you are clear. Let us close this. So there is one more idea here. We had this const. So if you want to create a, let us say, variable, you have the ability to create it with let. Let us say let user equals, I put my name, you can put yours. I'll say Vijay, and this would work. And I can say, hey, console, log this variable for me, user, and then it'll work. If I run this, it actually gives you my name. It says that Vijay. But if I'm converting it to a const, this will also work in this typical use case. because we have not modified. But if I come and modify this, let us say I want to say user equals, let us say guest here. Now this will have a problem because constants cannot be reassigned. Constant simply means constant. It has to stay constant. You cannot assign a new value to it. It means to say the values cannot change. See, assignment to constant variable is not possible. So that's the difference between let and const. And const also has one more feature. So you cannot say, hey, I will create the constant and I will assign a variable at a value at a later point in time. This will not work. You take your cursor, const declaration must be initialized. You need to initialize a value. You cannot simply declare a variable. Okay. So you have to assign a value. So is this statement understood? So const is a block scope. A constant cannot be changed. It always needs to be initialized when you create it. Let's go to the next step. So we'll use some um, timers in this next step. In JavaScript, there are some built-in timers. Use something called as timers. So you have something called as a set interval, which allows you to call a function. Okay, so notice I have written an anonymous function, but not necessary. You can write a function with a name. So I can create a function with a name. I can call this as, let us say, callback fun. And this callback fun can use a console log. Callback fun was called. Okay. So this callback fun can be used here. And you can specify how many seconds once this function should be called. So in this case, I want to call this, let us say, once every second, like a clock. So this set interval takes two parameters. First parameter is a callback function. The second parameter is the interval with which this function has to call itself. So I'm done. Let us now ask or run this program. So it says callback fun was called. You see, things are getting triggered. How do you stop this? Stop the node terminal. Press Ctrl C, and then you'll stop this file from being executed. So this actually falls into an infinite loop. It will keep calling this till the end of time until your computer is on. Now, how do we terminate this? So we can expect this set interval to return us some value. Usually it is referred as an SI. SI stands for set interval. Control C on the keyboard, and make sure that you press Control C when the terminal is in focus. Okay, don't keep this in focus and press Control C. This will not stop. Okay, you'll have to focus the terminal and press Control C. Okay, now coming back to the context. The set interval, when you call, it actually returns an interval for you. You can use this to stop. Let us say I want to stop after a few seconds. So in this example, what I'll do is I'll use the concepts that we have learned in the past. I'll go create a variable. I call this as I. See, I am on the global scope. Now it really doesn't matter whether you use the var or the let. Both will work the same. Just that, var will have its own scope, let will have its own scope. In JavaScript, var and let can coexist on the same object, but they both have a different scope. My suggestion is don't create a challenge for JavaScript compiler itself by doing something like that. See, you will never run short of short of variable names. So always use a distinct name so that you will not get into that conflict. Okay, so now I have a variable I, and every time this callback function is called, I keep incrementing this I. So how do I increment it? I can say I equals I plus 1. There's one way to do it. You can also say I plus plus. So this is like a post increment. That is, after this statement is called, it will increment it. So in this line, before this line, I will be 0. After this line, I will become 1. So on and so forth. Now I want to call this SI, or I want to remove this interval from being called, let us say once the I reaches 10. So I can go ahead and say, use a condition now. If this I is greater than or equal to 10, then I want to use this interval that I've already set to clear itself. So in order to clear, you have a clear interval. Clear interval, you pass this SI, and this interval will be stopped. Let's give this a try. Now I'll use Node, run this. So this will work n times 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 11, 12. Come on. Okay, I think the loop is not working. So what I'll do is I'll control C. There's a issue here, isn't it? So I can cut this. I can put this inside, because as of now, the iteration is happening inside, and this is where I'll know whether this I is increasing. Um, and now I can create. So what I'll do is, mm, just thinking, is this the right place? Set interval should be inside an if statement. The interval actually runs on its own thread. So if you put this inside the if condition, every time the condition is true, it will call this interval. If I is greater than or equal to 10. I think this is correct, but somewhere I've done a silly mistake. So you want to look for greater than, isn't it? Okay. So I say I plus plus. 10 seconds is too much, isn't it? So I'll probably make it 5. And I'll also reduce the interval. How do we reduce the interval? We'll make it 500 milliseconds. That would be really quick. You don't have to wait for so long. This seems to be working. So because we initialize it with 0, I'll probably initialize it with 1. And now you should see, because this time it'll be 1. And after this command is executed, it will become 2, then 3, then 4, and then 5. And we are checking, if it is greater than 5. Greater than 5 means to say 6, right? So you can also say greater than or equal to 5. I mean, like the way I had done before. So if I now go back and relaunch, you'll have it called 5 times. And then you see the loop came out. So there is one more timer that we can use, something similar to this set interval. You can also use something called as set timeout. So what the set timeout does is it actually calls a function after the timer is called. So let us say there is a function. I'm just looking if there is a function that we can use. Okay, now I'll go create a function. You have already seen me create this function like this, callback fun. You can also create a function like this, let callback fun. See, this is a variable. I will now convert it to a function like so. And instead of this, we can also be using an arrow function like so. Instead of using the function keyword, we have an alternate to do this. Okay, just to rewind a bit. Okay, so you can do something like this. The same can be represented using the arrow function like so. They both are same. So I'll just comment this out. So you will actually see all these flavors, in our examples moving forward. I will be using sometimes a function, sometimes I'll be using an arrow function, so you know what they are. So this callback fun is expected to console log and say the callback fun was called. No, but I don't want this function to be called immediately. I want it to be called after 2 seconds, not immediately. So what I can do is this. I can use a set timeout, and I will call this callback fun after 2 seconds. The duration that we mentioned here is in milliseconds, guys. So that is why I have to use 2000. So 2000 milliseconds is 2 seconds. Now if I go relaunch this program, you'll see the log happen after 2 seconds. Okay, it's not immediately, right? You can expect this to be called after 2 seconds. I'll make it after 3 seconds. Now wait for 3 seconds and then you have the log. So just to tell you that there are several timers in JavaScript. Now that we are working with Node, you have one more type of timer, which is called set immediate. So I now want to call this function immediately. So I can say set immediate. Set immediate. This doesn't take any duration. It calls it immediately. I think you can go find this reference in the Node website. Go to nodejs.org and click on docs. And in the docs, you can look for something called as timers, which is what we are using. Timers. And you see this timer has a way to schedule. So we have set immediate, set interval, and set timeout. You get it? So we have so far covered set interval and set timeout. We are using the set immediate. Now what set immediate basically does, it actually calls a function immediately. It does not wait. It doesn't take any wait time. Okay, so immediate will simply call something immediately. And this guy is expected to take a, in this case, they are using a string. It is callback built-in function. No, it's a named function. You call this potato if you want. That would work. Okay, so now let us go back and relaunch this. See, the callback function was called immediately. So this is as good as, so this set, the set immediate is as good as this. As good as this, but it is slightly different. Okay. You'll probably understand this when we learn about the event loop in JavaScript, because this has a separate scheduler and this has a separate scheduler. I told you that there is an example in future that I will be using at a later point that will help you. See, um, just in one example, let us not cover everything. And definitely, you might be curious, but you'll understand. When I show the demo, it will become more clear to you. Okay, don't bother. For now, let us run this. So this is working. So what I'll now do is this. So there are two functions. I'll call this as 1. I call this as 2. Okay. So set immediate 1 is called here and 2 is called here. Okay. This is set callback 1 was called and this 2 was called. So as of now, there are several parallel concepts that might appear to work similarly, but they are different. And how are they different? We will need to understand few more concepts before this becomes clear, or else all of them appear to be, whenever the set immediate was called, it was called after JavaScript has completely executed all the files. It came back and executed this. So is this set immediate and set this callback the same? You see the difference? Now there is one more parallel technology like this, which can also come handy. So you have something called as process. So process is the module which is working behind the scene for you. So far, we did not actually use the word process, but process was what was working behind the scene for us. Correct? What is process? Watch. So if I run this command, node space step2 dash core, process is working behind the scene for us. So if I say, hey, console, log this process dot is what's working behind the scene for no callback fun and answer to. Yeah, there is something called as event loop, which is working or which is scheduling all of your calls, which is something that we will realize at a later point in time. So this process has a property called arguments vector. which is an method. So you simply call process.argv. So you see that this entire file has no code at all. I've commented everything. Just to help you better, I will even delete this. Now I have this process.argumentsv. If I just leave this in the console and I run this file, uh, process.rb. Okay, I think this is not a method, it's just a property. Let's go check. Process.argv is not a function, is what it's saying. So if I run this example, it actually gives you an array back. You see, this array has two properties. The first one, if you read this command, you'll understand what it's trying to do. The first argument in the array, so the first value in the array is the location for the node where it is installed on your computer. Make sense? The second part of this, the command that you gave is the location to the file. So the process guy is working behind the scene for you. It actually is the intelligence responsible when you run the command in the terminal. So it takes this command and that's how it is executing. So when you say node, where is node installed? Process knows about it and it'll take this file and assigns it as a process to the node. If you want to access all the processes, okay, you can press Control Alt Shift Delete on your keyboard. Control Shift Delete, I guess, and it will show you the task manager, right? So the task manager is running, and the task manager should have a process somewhere. I think it is somewhere here. Now happens to be startup. Sorry, this itself is process, right? And it will have a you know um, process that actually is running, and node actually is running in these processes. So it actually uses node and it will pass your file to node and it'll create a process. These process will also get an ID. I'll show you how you can take that out, and we can also see the performance of that moving forward. For now, we'll just be aware that there is something called as a process. What is a process? It is your operating system's process being used by the node. Okay. I think it's a little advanced for now, but I think we will proceed further. I just paste my code back so that I have it. And this process object, okay, apart from this argv that we saw, it also has another method which is quite similar to what you've learned, like this set immediate and this function that we called. You also have something called as process dot next tick. This next tick is a function. Basically, it'll take a function as a callback and execute that. And you can use this here and say process.nextTick was called. So now if I run this process.nextTick, I pass this function and let's give this a try. I run this. See, it is called immediately. But is it the same as this and this? Not sure, right? What we'll do is we'll convert this to a function. We'll paste this function. We call this as called by process. It take this call by process and pass it here. And again, we will uncomment these commands. So we have what? Set timeout, a set immediate, a callback function that was called, and then this process.nextTick. All right, so what I'll do is I'll schedule it in such a way that there is a sequence. They have the process.nextTick, then we have the set immediate, and then we have a callback function that is being called. They all appear to be similar, but they are all different. Okay, so let's go back, relaunch this program, and press enter. You see the callback fun2 was called, then the process.nextTick was called, and this callback fun1 was called. Okay, So what is callback fun1, which is actually called by the set immediate, isn't it? And just to tell you, just to tell you. Console.log is a module. Console.log is a module. See, this is the command that we ended using. The only command. You can also say console.info, console.error, console. You can also set account. You can create a directory which will have a lot of consoles. You can also group them together, and these groups can be collapsed and expanded. So you have a lot of options on the console. But how did I use console? Because console is part of the global, so you can use it anywhere you want. So is the process object that you saw. See, when you want to use the process, you did not have to import the process. You did not have to get that reference into the file before you can use it, isn't it? So it is available right here, process. You see, this process is available in this global. So whatever is available as the global, you don't have to include them in your project. The rest of them you have to. Say, for example, there is a module called, let's say, OS or a path module. Let's say OS module. It's really easy to understand. So if I want to use OS, since this is OS is not part of the global, see if I go to the global, um, there it is, global. OS is not available here. So you get to see something what is underscore dir name, underscore file name, blah, blah, blah. There are so many of them, but there is no OS, right? So if I want to use OS module, you have to include that in your project. So I'll go ahead. We have few more things to cover in the core. So I'll now go create another one. This is called step 3 built-in modules .js file. So if I want to use the OS module, I need to import that here. Now, how will I import? In the new version of Node, there are two ways to import this module. Okay, so if I want to import this, there are two ways to import. All right, but as of now, this OS module has only one way to import. So you use the word require. Require simply means that I want this module to be part of this project. So load it for me. That's what it means. In English translation of what our intention is. So here I'll go create a variable let OS equals require OS. And where did I get the word require from? Require is a global. So that is why I'm using it. So if I see global, it has the word require here. Here is what I'm using. So we'll actually use a lot of global commands throughout this workshop. So if you find that I'm using it, that means it's a global without importing it. If I'm using, that's a global. Hope that is clear. So now that I have this OS module, I can use this OS module. What this OS module is, it helps us get the details of the operating system that we are working with. One of the things that we will look at is what is the architecture, what is the CPUs, how much free memory you have, what is the home directory called, what is the local that is host name. You also have something called as machine platform. Don't type each one of them. It's actually pointless. But if you want to, you can. Okay, so for now, we'll just use a couple of these methods just to get ourselves acquainted with it. So I'll use a console.log, which is a global command. I'll say OS and dot. I want to see what is the architecture. Most of these are methods. You simply call it. I know that I'm using a 64-bit architecture. X64, I think is this what I should get. So let's go give this a try. I will say node, run this file, step 3. See, I don't have to type the entire name. Okay, I press tab to autofill that name. That is where the dot slash came in, came there. Press enter, it'll say x64 because I'm using a 64-bit processor here. Now coming back to the context. So we understand what is the, architecture, but maybe I'll also put architecture of the OS is what I'm referring to here. And now if I ask, okay, how many CPUs you have? See, all of this becomes a necessary input for your programs to move moving forward. Why? Because I want to know how fast is my system. Remember, we spoke about that single thread idea that has a lot of things to do with this OS module. So you'll see the utility of this OS module, in a later point. So let's go ahead and say, hey, console log OS dot CPUs. CPUs is a function. When you call it, actually gives you an array, and you can specify what is the length of it. Okay, so you can specify what is the length. That is, this array will now have a length. It'll tell you how many CPUs you have. These are what? Logical and um, physical CPUs. So this is a list of logical and physical CPUs that are available on your computer. So you'll see how many are there. Press enter. You'll see I have about 32 CPUs on my machine. And let's say I want to find out information about each one of them. So you can use, instead of using the length, I can then say, hey, I want to get the information of the first one. We'll say first CPU details. Now if I up arrow key, it'll tell me I'm using Intel Core i9 processor, the speed and blah 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 blah. All the details have now displayed. Now if I this tells you, if you create a program, how many CPUs you can actually employ. Frankly, every CPU that you have on your computer is a thread that you can run. So we can also find out what is the memory that you have. I mean, it basically tells you how much RAM you have and how much the amount of RAM you have on your machine is what you have on the server, because your computer, your laptop or a desktop that you're using will essentially become your server, which is serving node application, isn't it? So let's look into that. So I'll just leave all of these intact. So we want to find out what is the total memory available on your computer. It'll say OS dot total memory. I want to find out what is the free memory available. Here is the free memory. This total memory and free memory actually gives you in value in bytes. Okay. I'll put that word here in bytes. Okay, the values are always in bytes. But if you want to convert it to um, um, megabytes and gigabytes, then you'll have to divide them by 1024 and then divided by 1024 and then divided by 1024, so on and so forth. So let's run this. Okay, you got some blah, blah, blah. I know that I have about 36 GB of, I think it's, 36 GB. But I guess, some of them are, some of these is not dedicated to the operating system. So it might be consumed by uh, mm, the BIOS and things like that. So let us go ahead and divide this by GB. You take this, you divide this by 1024. Oops, 1024. And you take the whole of this and divide that by 1024. Let's go check. CPUs return an array. It doesn't return a string. Is it returning a string for you? Sorry, this should be total memory, guys. So that's where the mistake is. And I will divide this also by 1024. It's still in MB, is it? Try that out. So it is showing me 31.777 GB is free. You will get the same number actually when you press Control Shift Delete and you open the terminal. Um, see, about 12% is occupied by the CPU, and I guess the free memory is um, so 45% is being used. 7% of the CPU is being used. I guess is the total memory, and this free memory is what we were referring. Okay. So we should get the computation. Let's check that out. So there's a lot that we can actually do. So you also have um, the we can use the user info. We'll do that quickly. I'll tell you the user info. The OS dot user info. User info is a object, and we want to get the username as registered on your computer. So you can say dot username. You guys can explore it. So in my case, it says Vijay. That's what I have registered this computer in. My intention is to run step 1 JS, right? I want to run step 1 JS. Now, the step 1 is inside this folder called day 1. But you see here, I'm on the C drive Node Online June folder. That folder has day 1 folder, but I'm not in that. So if I ask Node to run step1.js file, it'll show you this error message, module not found, isn't it? Why? Because this module that we asked for, step1.js, is not found in this location. But if you navigate to the folder, appropriate folder, that is, okay, and cd and day 1. And now if I say, hey, Node, run the step1.js file, it will execute, isn't it? So it may happen that you have not navigated to the specific folder, and then you started using the name of the module. So obviously Node is not able to find, and it's a common error. Don't worry, you will be able to fix it. It's easy fix. Yeah. Okay, but make sure that now you navigate. And I told you one more step. Okay, you need to auto save these files. And don't leave it unchecked. Always use auto save. That's another issue. Many a times you write a program, you have not saved it, and you expect the program to have the updated um, methods or properties, but it is not saved. So you are expecting the code to behave differently, but it keeps behaving the same in the same fashion that it used to behave earlier. So that will also stress you out sometimes. So make sure you keep this file saved. There are some notes that I created, which has all the examples that so we started our journey into Node. And I told you from my slides that Node creates something called as read, evaluate, print, and loop. So basically, it gives you access to the terminal. And I told you that and when you open the Visual Studio Code and open the terminal, by default it shows PowerShell, right? And unless you say, hey, Node, thing will just say Node. When I type Node, the terminal changes to Node, right? That's because when you install Node, it actually installs a terminal for you. This one. Okay, it installs a terminal, this one, which is what we actually start working with. So ideally, we should have started working with this. Okay, but this is quite an inconvenience, right? If you want to save some files, this will not allow you to that. Frankly, that is not true. You can still save some files and make use of this terminal as well, because initial days, Node developers used to use this terminal to save all the files and load all the files. That's totally fine. You can do it. Um, so what you can do is make sure you jump into the editor mode by using the dot editor. Um, dot editor. So it jumps into an editor mode, which means that this terminal now acts as an editor. All right, and we can now create a file like this. Let us say I want to create a variable exactly like what we did before. I'll say I want to create a user. I want to set its name as Vijay. I'll use mine. You use yours, and then I will say, hey, console log user. Oops, user. And now once you're done, you can say dot save. Sorry, dot save expects you to pass in a parameter, which I forgot. There are a couple of steps that are missing here. Let me just start from the beginning. Make sure you launch VS Code as an administrator. That's a requirement. Okay, or else you'll not have the permission to write files. Now I cd to the day one folder, and then I will say node. We got into the node REPL mode. I will now say dot editor. Now in the editor mode, and then I'll create a variable var user equals, again, I put my name, and now I'll say, hey, console dot log user. And if I want to save this piece of code that I've written, I can say dot save and pass in the name that I want to save. Let us say I want to call this as 29th June .js file. Waiting for this file to save. At least it should give us some error that it is not able to save or whatever. I'm not able to see. Okay, I think let us try save 29th June. Yeah, you need to give an extension, but I guess it threw an error, which I'll rename this .js. I should have given a name. All right, let me do this once again, just in case. I'll delete this, and now I'll say .js file. So it saves that file. You see, 29 June there. And I guess there were some commands that I'd used. So I'll just get rid of that. Now, once I've saved this file, saved the code that I had, typed into a file, I can load it back. I can say dot load and the name of the file, 29th June .js file. And it loads that very file that I saved into the memory. So you can use this editor mode and save the file to a .js extension, and you can load them as well. But which is what we are using VS Code to um, VS Code not to do that. So we can store these files and we can load them and ask Node to execute them, so that we can take advantage of whatever code that we had written. Right. So let us. I think moving forward, we also saw some core terms that we may encounter. We used var, let, and const, and I gave you an overview of what const, let, and var does. And then we also saw a flow of how Node tends to execute the files or the commands that you pass. So you see that there was the set immediate. I think created an example for all of that. So we learned about set immediate, set interval, process.nextTick, and how to use callback functions and so on and so forth. I think we will delve on this, and we started a journey into one of the built-in modules called the OS. There are tons of them, and I would walk you through how you can start learning these modules on your own, because see, there are tons of modules, and will we be able to cover all of them? No, because there are hundreds of them. You go to node.js.org and you click on the docs. You see there are these many modules. Frankly, these many modules also have some internal modules. Now, how to learn about all of them? It may become quite useful because when you start working on a project, you'd want to know all the details. There are a couple of steps that you can do, and may probably make a note of these. So, if I were you, I would do something like this. So, let's go create a new folder. We call this as day two, that we can jump into this. I will press Control C twice. So I come out of this and then we'll navigate to the day two folder. We are in the day two folder. Inside the day two folder, I would now want to create some commands. But before that, all right, so you can use console log. Sorry, we'll use the node. So we get into the node terminal and then say console log. So let us say you want to learn about the OS module that we used earlier. So if I say OS, you see you get a list of all the modules. Let's press enter. You see all the methods that OS module has is now available here. And we used some of them, like we used architecture, we used the CPUs, remember, we used the free memory, also have get priority, the host name. I think we learned about the user info, which is the function. You also have the version, the machine information. So you have a great deal of information of every module. You don't have to refer the documentation all the time because these modules are built in. When you install Node.js, it gets installed on your computer. So you can ask for each one of these modules and it will tell you what are the properties and the methods that are available to us. Quite a useful technique, isn't it? And there's one more tip that I want to probably give here. If you are working with Node, let us say I will uh, say create a variable user equals, and I'm assigning a string here, isn't it? I'm assigning a string. So if I want to get more information of this, I can say user dot tab, and I have pressed tab twice, guys. So it will actually give me all the methods and the properties that are available on the string. I'm sure some of you are familiar with these methods. All right. So I suggest you try these two techniques and let me know if this worked for you. Just to give a backup, what we learned how to save a file using the dot editor, load a file using the dot editor. We saw how to a module. So you can use the console and log the name of the module, and that should give you all the properties and the methods that that module has. The next thing we saw is how to access the built-in properties um, by using var user equals. Let us say you may want to change this, okay? So you can say probably power equals 5. Now this time I'll have a number, right? So I can now say power dot dot and tab. Okay, so this will give you a list of all the properties and the methods that the numbers had. So this is quite useful because many times you will get a property that you had not written. One of your colleagues had written, or you get into a project and you frankly don't know what is that property all about. So you can use these techniques and just give it a try and let me know if you are through with this. So we go to the next step. So when you start working with Node here, you not only use these modules that are built in, you'll also use you know um, mm, a new ecosystem of modules that are available on the npm's website. Although this is one of the platforms, you have several more. You can also be using things from the GitHub. So I suggest and advise all of you to create an account on the npmjs.com. Um, you should be able to create an account and create a username for yourself. My username on npm's website is vjoy, vjoy, and I've also contributed to some of these modules. Not many of them are useful. Just that I created just for the sake of learning and then explaining things to others. So it's a good experience. So just go create a name, username with the npm's website so that you can start contributing. And the npm's website, you see, has um, these many modules. So it sums up to about 31 lakh and 94,805 modules. Okay, so that's a huge number. So this, by many measures, is the largest ecosystem that is out there, which has these many modules. Not all these modules are useful. Let's consider um, about 1% of these modules are useful. Even then, we have a huge ecosystem, right? We'll find modules to do everything. First, let us understand or get our mind around some of these built-in modules. They are very important and very useful to know. Once we understand these core modules, it becomes easy for us to understand the nitty-gritties of how Node.js really works, the event cycle, the flow of the events that will happen, what is the loop of the events, and then we can um, have a deeper understanding of how these modules were created and if there is a need for you to tweak. So that's the flow we follow. All right. So we saw how you can use the OS module. So the next module that we will look into is the path module. You'll actually find me use this, in quite a number of examples because I would be using Mac on my, sorry, I'll be using a Windows machine on my for these examples, but you would probably be using a Mac sometimes, Unix, Linux for sometimes, uh, and these paths may not always match. So for local development, I'll use Windows, but if I have to publish my project, I have a Linux server which I usually host my files onto, and the paths will definitely change there, right? So how do we make sure that the paths that I create will always match? So that's where this path module comes handy. You see, you have few many methods. You can join a list of paths. You can parse a path. You can resolve a path and check if the path works or not. You can also set a base name if you want to. There are a couple of things that you can do. So what we'll now do is we'll see how to use this path module, exactly like what we did to use this OS module. Let us now go create a new file. This is called the step 4 path.js file. All right, so first let's go import that. So I'll go create a variable let path equals require the path module. See, although this is a qualified way of using the path, and if I say, hey, console, log me the path, it'll actually give you all the methods of this path module exactly like the way we did before. So if I come out of this, and if I say, hey, node, run this step 4 path, it gives you a list of all the methods and the properties that this path module has. And if you refer the documentation, you'll see these are some of the methods. They have alphabetically sorted it out for our convenience. And you see here, we have a list of all the module methods, not necessarily alphabetically ordered. So we have something called as resolve, which is a function. Normalize is a function. Join is a function. Relative is a function. Div name, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to read, but you see you got a list of all the methods and all the properties that are available for this path module. Now let us go create a simple exercise around this. Um, so let us say on Windows, if I have to navigate to a folder, how do I navigate? I'm sure if you open any file, I'll just use a file explorer. Let's go on my C drive. We'll use this folder. And if I want to access it, you see, I'll use this is the file that I want to access. So if I want to do that, I'll have to use C drive node file node online June and day 2, and you see backward slashes are being used, isn't it? So we'll probably copy this path as it is, and let us say we'll ask Node.js to give us that path. So I'll first log this entire path, and so that you see the difference. This is the path, and now I'll use the path module to resolve this path, exact same path. So I'll say path dot resolve this path, and so you'll understand what is happening. So I'll save this, go back, and let's say we want to relaunch this. So press enter. I see that some characters are missing. Not sure why. Yeah. So sorry, that's because this backward slash n is a escape character, isn't it? So these are escaped. But you see, the path that we wanted to resolve is actually here. So I'll probably use with let's say this is without the path module. All right, so let's give this a run. So without the path module, you see this is a new line that is being created, isn't it? And with the path module, this is the code that was created. So in fact, this backward slash n is a new line command. Backward slash d also is something, I'm not sure what. I think it is a return character, I think. So which is actually being displayed here. So you can take a path and then convert it to a qualified location. So in this case, see, without the path module, this is not a qualified path, right? This is how it should have been. So with the path module, it gives you a qualified path, isn't it? So if I probably give a different name, let's say Intel, even this, let us say dash backward slash v, or probably what I'll do is I will simply say forward slash and forward slash and use this path dot resolve. It'll convert it to a path that will work on your machine. Okay, so this particular example will not have much of a meaning because I'm actually using this to be rendered on Windows itself, isn't it? So I copied this path on Windows and I'm executing this on Windows. That would not make much sense. But if I um, run this on Linux, then the path will change. Okay, the output probably would look like this. So in this case, you see I'm getting backward slash. But if I run the same command on Linux, it probably would give me forward slash. Okay, these backward slashes will be replaced with forward slashes in that case. Okay, I'll change this also. Let's see, if that would give me any different message in the terminal. Yeah, you see, this is now at least making sense. Yeah, I hope you can easily understand this part. The path here that I gave was forward slash, but because I was using Windows, it should have been backward slash, isn't it? So this should have been a backward slash. Make sense? And you see in the without path module, it is using the forward slash without the path module. So it is giving me exactly as I have typed. But with the path module, it is now become a qualified path. You see backward slash here. So I'll comment this out because we would go to the next step. And many times it may also happen that I have a list of um, folders and I would want to access them. All right. So I can use something called as a join to do something like that. So what will path.join do for us is this. So let us say we would want to create a list of folders and files that we want to access. Um, let us say I will go ahead and create some folders. I call this as users. This is one folder, and guest is another folder. Admin is another folder. And let's say each one of these folders have same amount of files. So I'll go create a file called index.html. I'll build some basic snippet here and put a message index. Copy this, create a new file. I'll call this as profile.html. Paste it and change this to profile. Copy this, create another file. Say, I'll call this details.html. All right, so I've got 3 files here. Admin has index, profile, and details. So does a guest have. So does the user have. Okay, in the guest page, I will change this to guest. In the guest folder, that is, I'll change this to guest. The user folder, I'll change this to user. Okay, so I've got these folders and files. Now I may want to access each one of them. Okay, so they all are closed. Now I want to create a list of these folders. So I'll go create a let folders equals. We'll create an array. So we'll create something called as admin. Oops, guest and users. These are the folders, right? So similarly, we'll also have files. The files are what? Index.html, details.html, and profile.html. These are two different properties. One indicates the folders and one indicates the files that are in that folder. And let us say we want to randomly access some file, just creating a exercise. Okay, so it may not be a practical use case. But let's assume that now I want to randomly access these files. How will I do that? Okay, so I would want to, let us say, console.log. I want to use this folders square bracket 0 if I want to access the first file, and files square bracket 1. Let us say 0, both. So what will this give me as an output? So you see, this actually gives me both of these folders, so folder and the file name, like this, admin and index. But is this a qualified path? No, right? So ideally you had to say something like this in between. And will that work? No, isn't it? So this has a space here and it is not giving me what I wanted. Now, in order to avoid that, we could do something like this. Not that, no, we cannot. Let's save this. It gives me this folder and file combination. But this forward slash may work on Linux or on Mac. But on Windows, you need the backward slash, isn't it? So if I try run this, you have a error. Why? Because remember, this backward slash and this quote is reserved for an escape character, right? So how will we get this to work? So what we can do now is use this path module to join these two paths for us like this. So I'll say this is error. So now I want to use the path module, and it has a join method that I can use. Join takes a list of values that you would want to join. And in our case, we want to join these two paths. Folder 0, file 0. So if I run this example, let us say the user is looking for admin index.html. What will I give him? This. If the user is looking for guest detail, okay, so I would give something different. See, I'm giving admin index.html. In fact, if I click on it, holding control on my keyboard in the terminal, it actually opens that file. It's giving me that admin index file, isn't it? Now, let us say I want to create a configuration to access the guest details page. So what would I do? I would say console log folder 1 file 1. So this will give me the guest detail page. So let's run this. Gives me the guest detail. I can hold control and click on it. It opens the details.html of the guest. Hope this makes sense. So what will the join do? It'll take, I mean, it's not restricted to two paths here. If you have multiple files, you can actually use as many arguments as you want, and all of that would resolve. Okay. But you need to create these many folders and files. They're pretty easy. It's not tough. Let's jump to the next topic, guys. So the path module has few other methods. So I suggest you start exploring this on your own. Okay. So I find that this we have seen join and we saw resolve, right? So you also will find normalize useful. So normalize will um, work if you have um, um, unwanted characters in your um, path name, which could be like this. Let us say we take this. I'm just showing you one more example before we jump out of this. Let this be around. Probably comment this out. So I'll say my path, and this is here, which is a string. All right, but it has a lot of forward slash, and let us say we'll also add some space here, and we'll use on the T2. Let's say we want to access this file called step 4 dash path.js. I'll use dot dot here. And you'll see that there are many errors here that I've created. All right. I want to normalize this. So I can use console log path dot normalize. I want to log this. So it will normalize this path and should give us the output. Oh, no, it is not. let's say resolve. I think resolve should work. No, it is still using this path spaces. But you see, this one is gone. In the I think that was gone even before. Um, um, I think normalize works only for uh, the extra for backward slashes that you may have, not with these extension. Terminal is PowerShell. That's okay. That is because see, we are using Node to be executing this command for us. So it will still be PowerShell. Why? Because we are not using Node. Are we using Node here? No. We are using, I think you have a valid point there. But see, through PowerShell, we are calling Node and we are passing this file as an argument to it. And Node executes and gives us the output here in the same PowerShell. Okay. So you see, I have made some blunders here. Let us say this also. And you see, my path is yet normalized. Yeah. So what's happening, when I run this command is node is invoked with this file. Okay. So there is a module that works for us behind the scene, which is called the process module. We jump to the next topic because that will kind of help you how you can pass parameters to these files. Let us say step 5 process.js file. So this process.js is something that works for us all the time. And I think I walked you through some of the globals earlier was what? The console, isn't it? We also saw exports and require. There was a module as well. Similarly, we have process. Process is a global. It always works for us behind the scene. So if I come here and say, hey, console log process. Now you remember the process keyword I did not have to import, like this path. Path points to this module. Process is already available for us. So this process has a method called arguments vector. This argument vector is an array. It basically gives me a list of all the arguments that have been passed. Now, if I open this file, step 5 process, so I control C, I start using node space step 5 dot process.js file. What am I expecting to happen now is whatever arguments were passed to node will be logged because I'm using the process. The arguments vector object will tell me what parameters were passed. Cannot find module process. Okay, I process.js file. I think there is a problem. Let's go check. Oh, it is step 5 dash, not dot. I made a mistake. Let's run this. Now you see, I'm actually getting an array, isn't it? So if you carefully observe, the first parameter is the location of node where it is installed. So these are the two commands that I gave, correct? Node and the name of the file. So node is located here. The step 5 process is located here on my machine. So basically node was invoked with this file. That is what this command is doing for us. So it doesn't have to move from the PowerShell because it will pass this file to node and gives us the output in the PowerShell itself. Okay, you're not in the node terminal. That. So if I want to pass other arguments, let's say in a node and step 5 process.js file, and let us say I want to pass Intel, press enter. you see I'm not only passing a node this file name, but I'm also passing two more arguments, Vijay and Intel. Press enter, you'll see these are the four arguments that the process object took and passed to node. So that is how node actually reads and executes a file. So if I want to just access the second and third argument, sorry, the third and the fourth argument in this case, I can use this arguments vector and say 0 would be node, 1 would be the name of the file, correct? So I can say 2 and 3. So what are those? So if I run this example, it will give me this output. Easy. You can actually take this argument and assign that to a variable as well. That is totally fine. You can do that. I can say let user equals process dot argv, and let's assume that you are passing this. If this argument is missing, I'll say guest. So this or guest, and now I'll say hey console log me the user, and it'll tell me whether it was the name of the argument that you passed, or if you don't pass, it'll simply show guest. All right, so let us run this. So this time I will not pass anything. It'll say guest. So these two are undefined. So we can ignore this now. Okay, the undefined is because we did not pass any arguments, remember? So this says guest. But if I pass something, it'll use that name. Does that make sense? So there is a global module called process, which works for us behind the scene. So which takes the command, pass it to node, and node utilizes it and gives us the output. Complete this and let me know when you're done. We go to the next step. And when you're done, put a message that you're done with the process. Example, pass a file which has a requirement to change some variables inside that. So I can do something like that. So the parameters that you pass need not have to be a string like this. It can also be a path name, the file name. And maybe we can use this as a example going forward. Let us say I have this user has a profile, and the profile here shows this. Okay, so let us say we want to convert this profile to dashboard. So you pass this profile.html. When you pass, it'll look for this string profile and it'll change that to dashboard. Okay, so how will we do that? I think moving forward, we'll use this same example as an exercise, and that should help you. Okay. All right. So I see many of you are saying you're done. Let's go to the next step. So in the next example, we'll see how to work with another example. Let's say we'll pick events. Okay, so this one. Events is a complex module. Actually, it has a lot of things, and it allows you to create your own events, custom events. May not be useful in the basic examples that we are about to create now. Okay, moving forward, you'll definitely find events useful. And at least, you'll find them being used by most of the examples that we are about to write. Okay, so what are these and how they work? So I think we spoke about that events are classified into two parts, the user events and system events. So we are now talking about system events. This should be made happen because see, if you're talking about a user event, the user comes and clicks on this tab, that's a user event. I click on this front end tab, I click on this backend tab, I click on this CLI. So it's my discretion. I click on CLI, and then what should happen? A route changes and then the page displays, isn't it? Now similarly, if there is no user involved, so we'll talk about these events, so what these events are and how they work. um, we'll understand what events are and how they work for us. And maybe just make a note of these really quick. So when you import this events module, So far, we have seen modules that give us some methods, like this OS module gave us methods that we could use. The CPUs was a method, arc was a method, temp directory was a method. I don't think we used it, but nevertheless, temp directory is a method. Total memory is a method. Now, s- uh, on the other hand, we use this path module, which also gave us access to some of the methods. There were some properties, no doubt, but these are all methods. But if you start using this events, this is not a method. This is a class that you get. See, you get a class which is called event emitter. So from this event emitters class, you have these methods of the class, which is, I mean, on the instance. So you need to create an instance. So once you create an instance, event emitter has an instance, let us say in this example called emitter. On the event, you can use add listener, you can use remove listener, you can find out all the listeners that are attached, listener count. You can also find out um, um, what are the event names. You can use the add event listener, also has an alias called on. Remove event listener has a alias called off. You can also set a maximum number of listeners that are attached to an event. You can do a lot of things. Okay, I'll show you some, and I suggest you start exploring these on your own as well. And once the event is created, you can dispatch it by using the emit. Dispatch is the keyword that we use on the front end. So if you go to developer.mozilla.org and look for event dispatchers, dispatch event is the method. Okay. Dispatch event basically will dispatch an event. So you pass in an event and it will make that event happen for us. So on the other hand, we are working on the server side. So how do we make an event happen? You use emit keyword. Emit will basically make an event happen. So the examples that you see here are, so you see there are two different ways to import a component, a module. There is this common JS way and ECMAScript 6 way as well. For now, we'll simply use this common JS itself because that's what we are familiar with. Let us say we will now create a module, an example. This is called step 6 events.js file. And here I want to import that module called events. We'll probably create some small examples around this so it'll be easy for you to understand. So I'll say let event emitter equals require events. From this events here, you have a class called event emitter. That is what we are interested in. And one point that I want you to pay attention to now is this. See, we use this path module. Let us say I also come up with another module called path module. So I'll call this as Vijay path.js file. So Vijay path also has a module that we can export. So I can say exports module dot exports. So let us say I have a variable let path equals is an object. It also has a method called um, join. What is join is a function. It is expecting you to pass an array. And what will it do? Will return the arguments dot let us say assume that we are expecting this argument as a array. So I can use this empty array, and this way this arguments now has all the methods of the array. So we can use the reverse, and we can use the dot join. I think we'll just reverse this and then give us the output. So join, what will join do? Whatever you pass, it will reverse it and give you the sequence. So this is my module. And now I want to export this to the outside world. So I can say module dot exports dot path equals path. See, in this example, we had the step1.js file, correct? So this step one, which has this users variable, is limited to this folder or this file only, correct? So exactly like, what I want to do here before we get into this, let us say let user equals, I'll put my name, Vijay. This user will be accessible only in this file, agreed? In this vijaypath.js file. But what if I want this to be accessed in another file? So I can come here and say step 7 using vijaypath.js file, JS file. So I want to use that file here. So I want to use this variable user here in this particular file. How will I do that? So you will actually, import method. How will we import is the question. There are two, basic requirements. You need to export this so that other files can import it, isn't it? When we have not exported, how will we import it? So how do we export it? There are two ways to export it. First, we'll learn the common JS way of importing and exporting. Okay, common JS way of exporting. How do we export? See, if you go to the documentation and look for these globals, there is globals. See, there are some list of globals. Now, see, one of them is called module. So if you click on it, so I guess you know this module here, not this navigator. Okay, navigator will not be useful moving forward because we will not be working on a browser. So they are trying to disable this API. They have um, instead they are using this navigator API, which will not work on Node. We need to have a web application to do that. But you see, this module um, is referring to another module, okay, which you'll find here. This one, modules. So this modules has exports, require, and other methods. All of them are global. So if you click on globals, you'll see those list here. So you have exports. Okay, you also have module, and you also have require, which is what we have been using all along. So if I want to export this to the outside world using this common JS, design pattern, common JS, why don't JavaScript simply has a way of importing and exporting? The answer is yes. So if you look into the documentation, the ECMAScript has a way of importing and exporting. Okay, but this was introduced in 2015. Okay, but Node.js was introduced in what? 2009. 2009. So they had a way of importing and exporting much before ECMAScript introduced this import export, which came in 2015, right? So they had actually invented a way of, or a standard of importing and exporting, which they refer as common JS design pattern. Common JS design pattern allows you to import and export a module using some of the terms. One of them is called module dot export. So module dot export, sorry. Come on. Now using this module dot exports, you can export this user to the outside world like this. So I can say dot user equals user. Now exporting this user with this name user. I can change the name if I want to. I'll call this as, let us say, um, module.exports.trainer equals user. So what I'm trying to imply here is to the outside world, I have a variable called trainer, which actually refers to the user inside this file. So this is how I export using the common JS design pattern. Now, in order to import it, I will use the required keyword. Require will ask you an absolute path to this file. Sorry, it'll ask a relative path to this file. So I'll say /, and it gives me access to all the um, files that I have. In this case, this vijaypath.js file is what I want. So I can use this .js as option, but even if you don't use this, will still work for us. Okay. And now when you require it, it actually gives me this trainer property. I mean, it actually gives me this object which has a trainer property. So I need to store it somewhere, right? So I can simply use this console log to show you what this require basically gives me. So if I run this node, step 7, so it tells you that it gives you an object which has a property called trainer. That's because I wanted to show you a flavor, that is all. And ideally, this name here should match the name that you are trying to export. So it can be customized. That is what I'm trying to tell. You don't have to export the same name to the outside world. Let us say you want to keep it a secret. You don't want to use the names that you have used inside your file to an external wallet. I don't want to export with that same name. So I can change it if I want to, isn't it? So let's say user. And by using the same name, you're also implementing something called as a revealing pattern. This revealing pattern expects you to reveal the same name to the outside world. It's just a pattern. So if you are using an alternate name or an alias name, is that's referred as a non-revealing pattern. If you're using the same name to export, that is referred as a revealing pattern. Hopefully you got this. This is um, not destructuring as of now. Okay. We are not destructuring. Are we destructuring something here? The answer is no. And in Node, we usually follow this revealing pattern. Why? Because we don't want to confuse ourselves. So you use the same name to the outside world. So now here, if I run this, you will get this variable user itself assigned to this object. Exports. Okay, what is exports? An object. Now, when you actually require, what you get is this exported object, the exports object. So you let us say there are a couple of them. So let us say I call this as company. I call this as city, Intellipaat, and let us say Bangalore. But you see that this is the only property that I've exposed to the outside world. So this makes it public. Why? Because I've exposed it to the outside world. These are not exposed to the outside world. So this makes it private. Hopefully it makes sense. Unless you want to export it to the outside world. So if you don't export it, it stays within the same file. Who can access it? Only this file can access it. Can this guy access the name, the city? So you see, it does not. Doesn't have access to it. But let us say I want to expose all the properties. You can use something like this. You can say exports company is company. City is city. So now I exported all three properties. All three are public now. So if I run this example, I see I've now got an object which has all three properties. Makes sense. So you can export all the properties that you want in one of these two different techniques. Now you saw that no, although I made three different statements, they merged themselves to one object. Okay. And let us say I'll shuffle this now. So I've shuffled it. You see company comes first, user comes next, and the city goes next. Now if I run this example, You see, the company was the first one to be added as a property, user was a second, and the city is a third. So, which kind of follows the same sequence that we have exported from this file. Now, let us assume that instead of using something like this, if there are hundreds of properties here, will I create these lines in 100 places? The answer is yes, you can do that, which is what we used to do before. This is in 2010, 2011, around that time. But later on, when Node came up with the next build, they introduced this idea of overriding this exports object. So instead of doing something like this, we can use this exports and assign an object to override the existing object. See, we all know that this module.exports is an object, and now I can use this user is user, and the company is company. Revealing pattern. Remember, I'm revealing the same name to the outside world. City is city. Now, if I come back to this file, the output would be still the same. Okay, so I've got yeah, it's an object. So you're basically on the object, you're arbitrarily creating a property called user, company, and city and assigning these names, these values. Instead, now you're overriding the exports object. See, this was a dynamic object any which ways, right? So you are arbitrarily creating these properties on them. Now, instead, what we do is we will override that with this object. So module.exports will be replaced with this object. And now the idea of destructuring can be used. See, the name of the property user is representing the value called user. Similarly, company property represents the company variable. City property represents the city variable. So instead of doing something like this, we can destructure. And this was a capability that was added after ECMAScript introduced the idea of destructuring. So instead of using the name like this, I can simply use an object where the user is an alias name for the variable called user. Company is the name for the property called company. City is the name for the property called city. So is the key and the value name the same instead of user? Correct. So you can use this destructuring only if the name and the values are same. You can't use it without. Okay. But let us say I want to change, or I want to change company to a different name. I can do something like this. So what will happen now is the company is now destructured to a variable called comp. Now, if I run this example once again, okay, so there is comp is not defined. No. I think we can't do that here because this is not an actual destructuring. So we need to have the same name. Comp, correct. It's correct. To attend the destructuring exercise. So what will happen now is you take this company, assign it to this variable called comp. And now to the external world, you'll have the user, comp, and city. So can you change the name to the outside world? The answer is yes, you can. I mean, this will come handy because um, many a times, you will use a property called, let us say, data. And data is a very common name. So when I export it to the outside world, I don't want to call it as data. I don't want to do that. Instead, I want to give an alias name to that. So this is fine. You can do something like this. So if I now open this file, I've got user, comp, city, comp data. This is what the data property now has an alias name, comp data, to the outside world. Okay. So this is how modules can be exported. Now, this was what some properties that we created. Can we create classes and export them? The answer is yes, we can. So I'll go create a class called, let us say, hero. Hero is a class like so, and it can have its own properties and methods. Let's say I want to add a property called first name. Assign a name to it. Let us say Tony, and we'll assign last name Stark. Oops. These are two properties. Let us say we also have a method, full name. Full name is a method. What will it do? Will return this dot first name, concatenate with a space like so. And I want to export this hero. How will I do that? So what we can do is, we can export it like this. Hero is a new hero like this. So hero is nothing but a new hero. So if I run this example, so you got a hero. Now, in order to denote that, this is an instance, see, one, you can create an instance and export. Optionally, you can also export the hero itself where you don't have to create an instance of it. Frankly, you don't need this, isn't it? Because we can use this idea of destructuring now. So if I now import, you get a class called hero. Now, once I've exported, I can use it here. I mean, what I'm trying to show you is that you not only can export properties, you can also export classes. You can also export functions. Let us say let my fun equals a function. I mean, this can be a regular function, can be an arrow function, which will simply return hello from my fun. So there's a function. So when you call it, simply returns this. Or let us say you pass in a message and it'll use that message. Or maybe call this as user name hello will be prefixed to that username. If you don't pass anything, we'll add guest. So there is a default value as well. Now this my fun, if you want to export to the outside world using the revealing pattern, you can say my fun like so. Now if you import it, if you import all of these, see, user is a string, comp is a string. Comp is what? An alias for the company. City is a string. Comp data is an alias for the data, which is a string. Hero is a class. My fun is a function. Now, in this file where I've imported, I now have access to all these properties, isn't it? So I can import them and let's say I want to use it. I can now say, hey, console, because remember this my fun, which we get from this require can be used. So instead of logging this, what I'll do is I'll store that onto a variable equals require dot slash Vijaypat Tara like here, and I'll say object dot my fun. So my fun is a function. You need to call it. If I run this example, you'll see hello guest is passed. But if I pass in a name, it'll use my name and then it'll give me the output. Making sense? So you have the ability to export and then import. So this is what a technique that we embraced much before ECMAScript 16, that is ECMAScript 6, introduced the module system. ECMAScript 6 was actually introduced in 2016 with a lot of changes from 2015. It's because this is the same standard which was re-released. We refer 2015 as ES6. So frankly, ES6 was released in what 2016, which is a toned down version of whatever we had on 2015. 2016 was a re-release of whatever we had on 2015. But as of now, if we have to use this ECMAScript 6 way of import and export, we can, but the existing node module cannot work with both of these importing and exporting techniques. It will either use CommonJS or ECMAScript, not both. It can't use in some cases this and some cases that. I guess that's something that the node team is working on, but which may be available at a later point in time. But as of now, you'll either have to use CommonJS or ECMAScript 6 module. Way of importing and exporting modules to the next level. What I'll do is I will paste. Oops, I think I have lost the clipboard code that I had created for the path. No worries, I will create that. So you may have a module which has the same name that may conflict. So for example, let us say when we created this module, we can also come up with another property called path, which is an object, exactly like what we did before. And it has a method called, let us say, join. What is join? Remember, a join is a method that we saw earlier. And let's say we also had one more method. What is that called? Join was one, resolve was one, right? Join expected you to pass an array, correct? So there is a path module which already has this join. Now, this join method expects you to pass in an array, which is an array, and it'll simply return the arguments that are reversed. Reverse is a method, you call it. So if you pass in an array, it will simply reverse it and give you. That's what path does. And let us say we want to export this path module. So I can use this module dot exports equals path. I can do something like this. Why? Because path itself is an object, isn't it? So I'm overriding that with this. Now, if I want to import here, I can import it like this. Makes sense? So this path is nothing but the path module that we have exported here. It has a method called join. Let's say console log path as a join method, and it expects an array of value. I'll call this as first name and last name. Basically, when I call this, it should give me last name and first name. That is all. We don't need these. So it gives me last name and the first name. Okay, it simply will reverse and give me back. See, this path is different from the path module that we used earlier. So what the community has done, what the node community has done, is whenever you are importing a path module or a module that is available within the node ecosystem, you use this special this is called what? A namespace. Okay, a namespace to indicate that this is a node module. This is a node module. You can easily identify because the path is totally different, but way down it becomes more obvious for you. So in order to represent this, I call this as VJ path, just to show you the difference. And now I can use either this or this, but all the built-in modules now will have this namespace colon module. It's not a mandatory requirement, it's a good practice, that is all, because you may create a module the same name, because um, node ecosystem has many common names. Say for example, events is a very common name. um, Let us say http is a very common name, right? Errors is a common name. You may also have stream, a common name. URL is a very common name. So in order to indicate that these are built-in modules, should have said node colon path. Okay, node colon path. So you are basically saying that, hey, this path module belongs to the node, but this one is different. Okay, so this import will happen in the very first line, but after about 2000 lines you may forget what is what. Okay, so just keep this in mind. And usually the name of these modules will be the same name that we would use here. So if I called my module as Vijaypath, I would use the same name here without too much of a change. Why this practice helps you? So now you see, if I run this example, okay, it says that it must be a type of string. Yeah, because this path requires a list of strings, isn't it? You'll simply join them. So this will give you a different output, and this will give you a different output altogether. So the idea here is you have something called as a namespace, and you'll find that useful moving forward. So in the events, we'll say node events. Most welcome. See here, if I go back, when I open the events module, if you refer the documentation, you'll see node colon events. Then it. So is this a mandatory requirement? I mean, do you always have to use this node namespace? The answer is no. But it's a good practice. Why? Because you may have another events module somewhere. So you can avoid the conflict by denoting this node colon. That's the whole idea. Now coming to the context. If I want to use this module, see, we know that this event emitter is a class, isn't it? You saw that above here. This is a class. So similar to what we did here. So when we had this hero, when we exported this hero, let me club this also here and comment this line. So now if I import this Vijaypath, which is a object, like so, you can do something like this. Okay, so but it's slightly complex. What I'll do is I will assign it to a property called hero and then then use it. So you can also use hero equals require Vijaypath. This is returning an object. It has a property called hero. You can do this as well. That way, this need not have to be used. You can simply use this. Does this make sense? Uh, So this is a usual practice. You'll find that if you are exposing many properties, but you are just interested in accessing only one of them, you can now split that object's property and assign it a different name. This will just make your code a lot easier to look. So if you did not use something like this, so we know from this Vijaypath, we would get this dot hero. You have to do something like this. This looks weird, isn't it? Now I then can say console log hero dot full name. Full name is a what method. So if I run this example, you will get the output. Let's go check before we jump. That's because we don't have this join methods now. We will comment this out. Yeah, so we get Tony Stark. So instead of this technique, we can use this as well. And now we can directly use this. This makes our code look a lot elegant. Go back, relaunch. It gives you the same output. Now on the same lines, when we are importing a class, it's a usual convention that we will use this class name onto this variable. Makes sense? Now that we have got this class, we can create an instance of that. So let's say my event equals a new event emitter. So we're creating a new event emitter out of this. What will this do? Nothing, because we have not asked this to do anything as of now. Let us say after some 1 second, I want this event to happen. Let's say we make it 2 seconds. Set timeout. We'll call a function. I'm using an arrow function. We'll now call this arrow function after 2000 milliseconds. What will this basically do? It'll trigger this event. So we can make this my event to emit. Emit what? Let us say Intel event. Now this is bound to make this event happen. So it'll happen once every 2 seconds. I will console log a message saying that this Intel event happened. Okay. So you see set timeout, call this function after 1 second. But who really cares, isn't it? Nobody is listening for it. This event happens. Okay, the event happened, but we don't know. So what we can do is we can set up a listener to this. Let us say we come here and say my event dot add listener. Listen to what? Intel event. And when that happens, we call a function which will then tell us that Intel event happened. Okay, so let's give this a try. What we are expecting, it says Intel event happened. After how long? After 1 second. Now I'll make it 2. So the code is waiting for 2 seconds and then it will say Intel event happened. So this log is now triggered. Okay, so this is something significant that we are achieving here. We are just learning how to use an event and make this event happen whenever something happens. Let us say I want to know if the count is um, less than 5, then I want this event to happen. The products in stock drops below certain level, or a new value was added into the existing array, I can dispatch an event. Makes sense, right? So you can have event dispatching and telling your program that something changed in your program using these events. Okay, complete this, then I'll take you to the next step after you say you are done with this event emitter. We're not done with event emitters yet. Okay, there are a few more examples that we will create and then we will continue to the next. So these basic understanding will help you in the next few exercises. So it's important that you understand the importing and then the methods and so on and so forth.
We will remove this set timeout just for the sake of it. What do you think will happen? Event is emitted, line number 5 is emitted, no doubt. I'll keep running now. This file gets executed just once, isn't it? So what happens now is if I run this, okay, just pay close attention, you'll understand. Nothing really happened. See, whenever you ask Node to run this file, it just executes line number 1, 3, 5, and 11 to 13. And there is really nothing that is expected to happen, isn't it? See, if you think about it, we imported this event emitter. Okay, we created an instance of that event emitter. We dispatched that event, so we made that event happen. And then we attached the event listener. But sequence is important. See, after this event happened, if you attach a listener, what will it do? If I hit a 6, let me know. Okay, we instructed that person that, if you hit a 6, he will let you know. But you've already hit the 6 here. And then you tell this person, after this command that you have given, you never hit a 6. What do you expect to happen? Nothing. The event was emitted, no doubt, but the listener was not ready by then. But now we'll change the sequence. So what we'll do is, before you hit the 6, before a task is complete, you have set up the listener, and then you tell, you perform the task. Because you have a listener listening to that task, he will tell you that something happened. Does that make sense? Now, if I run this example, this will immediately tell you Intel event happened. So it's not that the event did not happen, but before the event happened, you did not have the listener ready. So listener is nothing but a watcher. He keeps watching. When this event happens, he will tell you. Okay. And you are asking a watcher to listen to this type of event. And only when that type of event is dispatched, this function gets called, or this callback function gets called. Makes sense? Now, let us say when this event happened, I can attach another event listener. There are two functions. So let us say this is the first one, and the second one. So this event will happen. When this happens, there are two listeners attached to it, isn't it? So if I run this example, that is because I have attached two listeners, but I need to make this event happen, isn't it? It really doesn't matter how many lines, okay, empty I leave. It will all happen in a jiffy. So if I run this example, it happened in the same order that we had attached, right? So let us say I will attach another listener. This one is third. I'll save, I'll launch this. See, all of them happened. But when you created this event, you can specify what is the maximum number of listeners that you can attach. See, how many event listeners have I attached? 3. I can say, hey, my event can only add set max listeners to, this takes a number, I'll set 2. So only 2 listeners can be attached to this. But we have attached what, 3. So do you think this will work? Let's give it a try. Since we said that there are only 2 listeners and you attached 3, you have an error now. Okay, so you see there is a warning. It says that, see, there is a memory leak detected. There are 3 Intel event listeners added, but the max listeners were only 2. So this kind of, tells you, it will not stop you from executing a code. It could be any name. Call this potato if you want. Okay, I've been using Intel name, but this can be anything. It can be anything. Okay, it's a defined name. So it's a developer defined name. So if I come back, so you see, because we set the maximum listeners, so we are getting this error. But if I increase this, let's say maximum is 4 and attached only 3, so this should not throw that error. But if I attach fourth one, this should still not show you the error. Why? Because that is still allowed, isn't it? 4 is allowed number. But if I assign the other one, the fifth one, now you will have a problem. So it will basically tell you that, hey, the max listeners are exceeding. Okay, because this is configured by the set max listeners. You can also find out how many listeners are attached to this by using the listener count, my event dot listener count. So this will tell you how many listeners are attached. This is quite a useful technique, because many times you would not know how many listeners are attached. Okay, so it will basically tell you how many listeners are attached. Let's make this event happen and then listen for the number of events that are attached or listeners that are attached. Okay, it says 0. Why? Why? You need to use set listener count to the name. I think, the event name is this, because this can have many events. Okay, so so it says 5. See, my event dot listener count, Intel event. For the Intel event, how many listeners are listening? 5. Now, just to make this code improve a bit here, what I'll do is I will write some functions. Let first fun. This is a function. In fact, I'll cut this from here, paste it here. Second fun is this one. That way I can now use this first fun here. Third fun is this. So instead of using these anonymous functions, I will now go ahead and use these named functions, because this will give us more control over what we are trying to achieve. So you've got the first fun, second fun, third fun, and the fourth fun, all of them attached. These are functions that are already declared here. Now, why this is a better approach is because when you are using these anonymous functions, the one that we just used before, this one, okay, you don't have the ability to stop listening to it, or unlisten to it, or um, removing the listeners. Okay, so this is a better approach. Now, let us say after first and second, I don't want to listen to the third and the fourth and the fifth. So what if I want to do something like that? And we will emit this after some time, just providing some room so that we can use a set. I'll use a set interval so that this we'll call this function occur once every, let us say, 2 seconds. It will keep happening. Now, if I run this example, you'll see all 3 logs. Okay. You know what we'll do. If I run this, for every 2 seconds, all 3 will happen, or 5 will happen. Control C to quit. There I come out of it. But let's say we don't want these 3 functions to happen. I don't mind attaching events, but I want to remove them. So how do I do it? Similar to this add listener, you also have remove listener. We can do that after you have attached. So I'll call this as my event dot remove listener. Remove listener, which one? Intel event. And I want to remove the third fun and the fourth fun and the fifth fun. So I'll just remove the third and the fourth. Let the fifth one continue. See, I've attached in line number 28. I've removed in line number 32. I've attached in line 29. I've removed in 33. Okay, so let's make this happen. See, first, second, the fifth happened. Third and fourth did not. Why? Because we stopped listening to it. Now you have the ability to listen to events, unsubscribe to listening to events. This actually works on the publish subscribe model if you have identified. So you have the ability to publish. This is what you are publishing, and this is what you are subscribing. And you can stop the subscription using remove listeners. You can also remove all listeners for this. So here we can specify no function, but you have stopped stopped listening to all of them. Let us say we'll make this happen after, let us say, 10 seconds. Set timeout. We'll pass in a call arrow function this time. We'll do that after about, let us say, 10 seconds. And we'll make this event happen once every second. So what is the use or need of this use case? Okay, I guess that will be more clear moving forward. For now, we'll just learn this. Okay, because without using this, you could also use a callback, isn't it? But callback has its own life cycle. Events have their own life cycle. I think when we talk about this event cycle, it becomes more easy for you to understand. But until then, just understand what these events are doing. Let's run this. And then you see the events stopped happening. Okay. So whenever something happened, let us say, you made a request to an external file to load. When the data is complete, you would want to know about it. Fortunately, the file system module already has that built-in callback function that will be called. But again, that is implementing the event itself. Okay. So if you know how to use these events, it will come handy. That's one takeaway. But moving forward, when you understand this idea of event loop, so basically events are a mechanism that tells you about some change in your program. You can dispatch them, listen to them. You can specify how many listeners can be attached and when you would want to stop listening to them. To illustrate all of that, I've created some simple exercises. Callback functions. Frankly, callback functions are also a way of events that are already implemented for you. Okay, but this will help you create a custom module that probably will let your program know that something happened. See, in this case, we are logging, but not necessary. We may want to use that information in a program when that specific thing happens. Okay, so we can use these events, and they are very useful in most of the cases. Let's say when the user, I think I explained that to you. So when the user clicks on this, how will I know that the user clicked on it? By attaching a listener to it, isn't it? But let us say I don't have the event idea. Then should I always keep listening to this event? Is the question. I mean, I'll just wait. I'll set up a watcher who will always check. Let's say we don't have events. Let us say when the user clicks on this button, I want to know. So, what is the frequency that I'll keep checking whether this front end is clicked? How do I know whether this button is clicked? So, I'll have to run a program every few seconds to know whether this front end button is clicked or not. Does that make sense? So, I need to create a program that will keep listening to this. Let's say we don't have events. We'll keep listening to that, and that will make your program drain itself too much. So what we can do is we can set up a listener using events that will let you know when the user clicks on this. So we assign a event to this area here, and when the user clicks on it, I will be informed. See, as of now, there are events that are happening. When I take my mouse over, it is changing its color. When I take my mouse over, it is changing its color, isn't it? When I take my mouse over it, that is also an event. But we did not navigate. When will we navigate? When the user clicks on it. So click is a type of event. Mouse over is also a type of event. When I take my mouse down, I can trigger another event, isn't it? So events basically help you um, schedule a task, wait for it, and inform you when, as and when they happened, instead of constantly keep listening to it. Okay, so that's one takeaway. So if I have to dispatch something, I'll have to run into a loop, and then um, see, as of now, we have not done anything significant. Let us say we would want to import a file. When this file path is loaded, I want to do something. So without using the event, it becomes very difficult for a developer to keep watching for something and give you a feedback as and when it happens. So event kind of helps you with this listeners mechanism. Yeah. And this becomes more useful when you understand something called as event lifecycle, because that kind of changes your perspective on how a program can be organized. With whatever we have learned, see if you can do it. Create an event that is dispatched once every second or 10 seconds only. This is your requirement. And see if you can identify the problem. Step 8, assignment.js file. So what is the purpose here? What is the objective? We need to, we'll copy this. So we'll keep this here. Okay. Stop, just pay attention because it's really important that you get this. So what is the objective? Create an event that is dispatched once every second for 10 seconds only. Okay. So I've got many people do this. Let event return equals require
node events dot event emitter. Now I'll go create an event emitter. Let my event equals a new event emitter. That's how I've created a new event. And now we can set up a listener first. So I'll call this as my event dot add listener. You can use add listener. You can also say on. On is equivalent to add event listener. So on what? On Intel event. Could be anything. I'm using Intel event so that you know. And then we will call a function. Okay, so in this case, we will use a Intel listener function. This Intel listener is a function that we will create here. And we'll console log that Intel event happened. That's what it says. And now in order to make this event happen once every second for 10 seconds, okay, so you best choose to do something like this. So we set an interval and this will call a function. This function is called once every second. All right, and then we will say my event dot emit Intel event. So this will make sure that this event happens once every second. Let's give this a try. CD step 8, sorry, node step 8 tab. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever. So it will keep happening. Why? Because we did not come up with any logic to stop this. So I see that some of you have removed the event listener. This on is an equivalent to add listener. You can either use add listener or on. I just thought I'll use this flavor so that you see there is a way to do that. Okay, so you can use on or add listener. I think when I was explaining this, I did tell you that on is equivalent to add listener, off is equivalent to remove listener. Now I can set a timeout to call a function after 10 seconds where I off this. Okay, so I can do this. Remove listener, this. I guess many of you have done this already, correct? So let us give this a try. And while I'm, logging, I will also log a variable let count. We start with 1 and we'll keep incrementing it. Okay, so you'll then see what is the problem. Let's run this. That's better. In fact, we will make this 5. Even 2 is okay. Okay, I'll make this 4 seconds. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. After 4 seconds, this stopped happening, right? So I'll make this 0 so you actually see all the logs. So you're all convinced that, okay, this worked only 4 times. I think I should have made it 5, and I would log all of this. Okay, I'll just make this one back again so that it'll work. But watch. I will put a console log here as well. Let's say interval was triggered. So let's run this. See, interval was triggered, interval was triggered, interval was triggered. You stop listening to the event, but you see the interval was still triggered, and it will keep triggering till the end of time. Does that make sense? The most of you use the same approach, isn't it? So we not only will have to remove the listener, but we'll also have to remove the the interval as well, because this interval will keep making this event happen, but you stop listening to it. But is the interval not working? The answer is yes. The interval is working, but you stop listening to it. You did not use the timeout. What did you use? Okay, so no, that's okay. No, not because of that. No, not because of this. Timeout is your problem. The problem is here. This interval should be stopped. How do we do that? We'll go create a variable called SI and assign it to set interval. This SI is also a made up name. Okay, you can do it whatever you want. Now, after the 5 seconds, I not only will stop listening, but I'll also have to clear the interval. Uh, Clear which interval? SI interval. Now, hopefully, this will make sense. If I run this example, see, once, twice, thrice, 4 times, then it stopped. You see, the program also came out. Okay. So it's quite useful. Let us say you want to make one call every few seconds to check what is the update. You can do that. And when the user logs out, you not only remove the listener, but you will also clear the interval. And you can increase it to 10 if you now want to, because it will take us 10 seconds for every example. I'll save this. So instead of using add, I would suggest you use on, and instead of using remove, I suggest you use off. Emit is triggering. Emit is triggered by the interval, isn't it? Yeah, in this particular code, you will be right. So in this particular, yes, in this example, that's what I'm trying to say. In this example, but let us do this. Okay, so I see you guys are done. Let's go to the next step. Let's use this file system. Uh, the file system has many methods. Frankly, there are too many methods. Okay, they all are relevant. They all are important. You should know about them. Okay, but will we have time to go through all of them? The answer is no. So I'll give you a gist of it. Basically, the file module helps you do these things. It allows you to create a file, read a file, and watch a file. Okay, and all the things in between that. So it can read a file, it can read it synchronously and asynchronously. It can write to a file, it can do that synchronously and asynchronously. It can watch a file. Watching is always an asynchronous activity. So you can also append to a file, you can prepend to a file, you can check the time that a file was modified, so on and so forth. So you have a lot of things that you can do. But predominantly, these are a few things that you can easily check whether this file is created, whether it is updated, and when it is deleted or removed. Similarly, you can also do that with folders as well. So you can um, create a folder, you can delete a folder, you can also watch the changes in the folder. Now let's see these in action. I'll go create a file which is called step 9 called fs.js file. Now this time we are working with file system. So we'll go create a variable, let fs equals require node colon fs. So with this, the file system module is available. Now file system module, if you scroll down, you will have the documentation and you'll find both CommonJS and ECMAScript is available. Say we want to use fs. See, in this folder, we don't have a file called temp.txt. So first, let us see how to create a file. Then we'll see how to read a file. And we'll see how to remove a file. Now, let us first create a file. So how do we create a file? We'll say fs dot um, um, dot fs dot. I think it's called create file. Let's go to the documentation. Yeah, it's called create. No, sorry, it's called write file. Write file. So this write file can be of two types. You can write a file in two ways. You can write it synchronously or asynchronously. Synchronously means the next piece of line will get executed even before the file is written. Asynchronously means the file will not be returned until
the next piece of line will not be executed until the file is written. So write file sync will ask you a couple of parameters. What is the file where you would want to write? I'll say temp.txt file. And the next parameter is what is that you want to write. I say I want to write this message called welcome to your life. That's what I want to write. See, as of now, there is no temp.txt file in this folder, isn't it? And now what I'll do is I will launch this file, step 9-fs, require QUI. That's why this was not giving me any help. You see the temp.txt file is now created and you get this message, welcome to your life. So require, and you say you want to write to a file. Now, if you want to do that asynchronously, I'll delete this. If you want to do this asynchronously, as of now, we did this synchronously. Now, when you want to do the same job asynchronously, this will ask you for a callback function. So this callback function will be called when this file is written. So I can say console log file is ready. It creates and then logs the message file is ready. Okay. So this is about reading to a file. Let's try this. Okay. Milliseconds is a function. You call this, and we do that here as well. Copy this. I don't think this would make much of a difference because we are not writing too complex a poem here. So this should not take you more time. But let's see. $134 133 here. Okay, you see that this function actually is getting called after, isn't it? Now, if you want to do this in the sync way, this technique that we just saw, and we will use a console log. Copy this, paste here, paste this here as well. Okay, so let's give this a try. See, in the previous case, you saw that the sequence was the file was created and then the callback was called. In this case, the log will happen first because this is the say, so if I make it sync, sorry, if I make it sync, what is expected is that this will write to a file and then this log will be called. Here I got 102 in the log, correct? I got 102 as well. But let us try to make this slightly complex. What I'll do is I will write a file with a lot of text. I'll cut this text. I'll put this variable data equals. I'm using backtick. That way I can put multi-line strings here. And this data is what I want to write here. Okay. We'll do that in a new line. Let's give this a try. 858. We go to the temp. This 858. So I guess this is both are more or less the same time. Maybe it may differ on your computers. You may want to try that. But let us now try this asynchronously. So because this is asynchronous, okay, this would have a change of time. I will do this. I'll call this as inside the FS operation. So you see the outside the callback function was called first. Then the inside the callback function was called. At least the sequence right? This is 344, this is 349, and in the temp file, it says 343. So, although the file was written earlier, but the callback was immediately called, and then the function that was scheduled to be called later was called first, and then the callback was called. Do you understand the sequence now? Instead, what I'll do is I will change this text now. Welcome to your life. Now I can say data. I'll delete this file. All right, so you've got this in the file 392, 393, and 399. You see the sequence here is that when this file was returned, it actually called the function that was scheduled to be called after immediately before this callback function was even invoked.
So let's start with our first module, that is basics of full stack web development. Now in this particular module, we'll be covering 15 questions, and those will just be the basics that you need to know before starting with the main part, that is the merge stack part. So starting with the first question, that is, what do you mean by hoisting in JavaScript? Now this question is so common and so important that I think if JavaScript is included in any particular interview, there is a 85 to 90% chance that you will be asked this question at least once. So in technical terms, hoisting in JavaScript refers to the behavior where a declared variable or a function is hoisted to the top of the scope in which they exist during the compile phase. Now JavaScript has this behavior. JavaScript has a lot of weird behaviors. Now this is one of those behaviors in which a variable, when it is declared, not initialized, just declared, it is hoisted to the top of the scope where it is existing. To understand this better, I think we should look at an analogy. So let's do that. Consider this tree as your existing scope, this little boy as your JavaScript, and this ball as your variable or a function. Now, what happens is when you compile your code, that is when you run your code, JavaScript throws this ball to the top of your scope. That is, it hoists the variable to the top of whichever function is existing. Now, there are three types of hoisting in JavaScript. That is variable hoisting, function hoisting, and let and const hoisting. Starting with variable hoisting. Variable hoisting is where only the declarations are hoisted and not their initializations. Now, declaring a variable and initializing a variable are two different things. When you say that, okay, I want a variable x, that is declaration. But initialization is if you provide some value to that x. If you say, okay, x, hold the value 5, then that is initialization. You're using the variable. Not just like x is there. When you assign it a variable, it is initialization. There's an example. Okay. Now let's move on to my code editor where I'm going to initialize a variable. Right now I've declared it, variable x exists. This is declaration. And now if I assign it a variable, this is initialization. Now let's try to call this variable, console.log, value of x. Okay. Now if I try to run this, you can see by this line there is no x. X is declared at this particular point on line number 3. So if you try to run it, you will see that the variable is undefined. That is, we haven't provided a value till this point. So if I bring this down and then run it, then it will have its value. Moving on, we have function hoisting. Function declarations are fully hoisted, meaning you can call a function even before you define it in a code. Okay, now let's try to run this as well. I am going to write down a function. Here, my function will be known as greet, which will say, hey, I've been called. So hi. Now I'm going to call this function here. Keep in mind that it has not yet been declared if you consider this particular part. So if I try to run this, it is able to access the function even though it is not declared here. That is function hoisting. Let me clear that. And let's move on to the next part. Let and const hoisting. Now here the same problem comes in that I told you before, that variables are declared with let and const are also hoisted, but they're not initialized. You cannot access these variables. Let's take an example here for better understanding. If I declare a variable, let x is equals to 10, and if I try to access it from here, it will tell you that cannot access x before initialization because it is a let variable, and even if you try to do it with const, you will get the same result. Cannot access y before initialization. Now this happens because again the value has been declared but it has not been initialized. So in case of let and const, they won't even let you access the variable to begin with. So by the time they access, these variables are in a temporal dead zone. That's a particular term we use in JavaScript. So to understand this better, you can take an example of maybe say a Zomato guy who is there to deliver your order. Now Zomato guys, they are like filled in a room right now and they're just standing there. If you don't give them any orders, they will not come out of the room. They'll just stand there. That's called as a temporal dead zone. This particular room is called as a temporal dead zone. So your variables exist in that room, in that temporal dead zone, until you have given them value. So I hope that was enough to clear hoisting. Now let's move on to our next question, which is, what is the difference between local storage and session storage? Let's look at the technical definition first for local storage. For local storage, data that is stored has no expiration time. It remains available even after the browser or the tab is closed and will persist until it is explicitly deleted by the user or through the code. Let's take an example for this also. Open a new window or a new tab and open the developer tools. Now let's start with local storage dot set item. I'll give the value as Arya. Okay. Now if I try to access this local storage dot get item, that will be my name. Arya is there. Let's do the same for session storage as well. Session storage dot set item, my name is Arya. Let's try to access that as well. Session storage. This is fine. We are able to access in both local and session storage. Now, if I open a new tab, open my developer tools here as well. If I try to run the same code with local storage, I'll still get my name. But if I try to do this with session storage, the value does not exist. That is the difference. With local storage, the data is permanent. However, in case of session storage, the data is temporary. It can only exist within a particular tab. That is in the first tab, the session storage, if I try to call it again, it will still be there. But if I switch tabs, it's not there. Local storage, permanent. Session storage, temporary, only exist in particular tabs. Now let's look at the proper definitions. So, data stored in local storage has no expiration time. It remains available even after the browser or tab is closed, and it will persist until it is explicitly deleted by the user or through any code. The best example you can consider for local storage is Amazon. If you have logged into, you click on this add to cart button, then it remains there. It's not like you just log out and then you log in back again and your cart is suddenly empty. It will still be there until you remove it from your cart. Next, you have session storage. Data stored in session storage is tied to the specific session of the browser. It gets cleared when the browser tab is closed, meaning the data is only available as long as the tab or the window is open. Best example you can consider is in LinkedIn. So you must have applied for jobs on LinkedIn. So there's this particular interface you can get in LinkedIn. And if you, while filling the form, if you reload it, then the whole data that you must have filled before just disappears. That is session storage. So if you look at it in a tabular form, data persistence, for local storage, it persists until explicitly deleted. Session storage, cleared when the tab is closed. Scope, local storage can be shared across tabs of the same origin. Session storage, unique to each tab or window. Use case, local storage is for long-term uses and session storage is temporary. Moving on to our next question, which is, how can page loading time be reduced? Page loading time is very important to increase your user retention rates in your websites. So there are certain ways you can optimize page loading times. The first one is optimizing the images. You can use formats, instead of using formats like your JPG or your PNG, you can use WebP formats, which offers smaller sizes but with good quality itself. Next, you can minimize the HTTP requests. You can put your CSS and JavaScript in the same file itself so that the number of HTTP requests your website has to make is reduced. Next, you can enable browser caching. I hope you're familiar with the concept of caching. That is when if you've visited a website once, then the data is fetched from the original server only once. Next time when you access the same website, that whatever was loaded the first time, it's stored in your local machine. So that the next time you're opening the website, it doesn't have to load from the start. It can store some images and videos in the local machine itself, reducing the page loading time.
Next, you have CDNs. CDNs, I'm sure all of us must have heard of. A lot of companies like Amazon, Prime Video, all of them use it. It's like taking the data from the server that is closer to you. Like if I'm right now in India, so a server from Mumbai will be much more closer to me instead of a server from England. So moving on, you have lazy loading, which is delaying the loading of images and videos until they are needed. A very good example of this you can find in Pinterest. Let's explore. Okay, I like reading. Now if you try to scroll down, you can see that half of them are loading when I am getting there. Before that, it's not loading. So that is the concept of lazy loading. Only loading the particular parts when you reach there, when the particular interface is active in front of the user. Moving on. What is the difference between SOAP and REST? Let's look at the differences in a tabular form first. SOAP, what it is, it's a strict set of rules for sending messages. REST is a way to use existing web rules to get data. SOAP uses an XML format, which is really complicated. I'll show you the code in a minute. Just bear with me. Just look at the differences. Then we'll see the code and you'll have a better understanding. REST uses JSON, which is way more simpler. Connection type, it is stateful. Stateful meaning it can remember the past requests or not. REST doesn't remember the past request at all. How it works, SOAP has its own set of rules for sending messages and receiving, but REST uses standard methods like get and post, which makes it far more easier. Now let's look at the examples I have here. Here I have Postman. I'll leave the link to my GitHub in the description down below. You can find all of these code in my GitHub account. This is my SOAP URL right here, and I'm making a post request with this particular body. This is how it looks. Right now we're using this API to convert this number. And for that, we require all of this. We're just sending the data. And for that, we need to write all of this heavy code just to convert this to word, to number. Now, if I send this data, I'll get the response something like this with 123. Next, moving on to REST URL. That's a GET request. Let's try to send it. And here I have. Now, if I try to make a post request with the body, I'll copy that real quick. If I put it here, it is created. Now you can see that just for creating a new post, this is all the code I required, and that too I copied from the previous, whatever they'd send it, I'd taken that code from here and pasted it here and then just modified my data. But for SOAP, you can see how complicated it is just to make one particular post request. Okay. So in a nutshell, the major difference between SOAP and REST is that SOAP is a protocol with strict standards and advanced features, making it suitable for complex, secure applications because it has its own set of rules, so it's harder to modify it. While REST is an architectural style that is simpler and more flexible, making it deal with web services that require speed and scalability. Moving on to our next question. How is GraphQL different from REST? So if you try to compare these three in terms of the ease of use, GraphQL, REST, and SOAP, the order will be something like SOAP will be at the bottom because it's really difficult to use. Next, you have REST. It's better than SOAP. And then GraphQL, which is even better than REST. Okay, so let's look at an example for better understanding. So now if I try to make a post request, I need to specify a body here. I'll just put this here. Now if I try to fetch the data, I'll get a list of every single country. Now I don't want every single country, I only need a specific country. Now if I only want a particular country, say this one, AD, then I can send the request I can modify the query in such a way and then send the request and I'll only get a single country. Now if you notice, I'm only getting the parameter that I asked for. If I add code here as well, I will get the code too, but I'm only getting the result I'm asking for. Now, if I go to REST API here, let's make a GET request. If I send it now, in the parameter section, if I only want the post with the ID 1, I get the post with ID 1. But you can see that a lot of other things like the user ID, the title, the body, everything. I'm getting all of this as well, additionally as well. This is called as overfetching, when you get all the data about a particular resource. Even if you don't want every single detail about a particular product, you'll still get it. That is the difference between REST and GraphQL. In Graph, you can specify your whatever resource you're getting, you can specify it in the server itself while sending the request itself, so that whatever is being fetched is what you need from the server. But in case of REST API, everything is fetched, and once you get the data, that is when you filter, oh okay, I only need this particular part. So moving on, let's look at this in a tabular format for better understanding. So we have data fetching. There's a single endpoint for all the queries. In REST, there are multiple endpoints for different queries. Response structure, client defines the structure of the response. I can define whatever I want. REST, the server defines the structure. The server will just give you, if you'll ask for a particular resource, I want the post with the ID 1. Even if you request for a name, the server will just send you everything related to that. Its name, its description, its author, its title, everything. Next, overfetching, underfetching. GraphQL reduces overfetching and underfetching by only delivering you what you need. REST often leads to overfetching or underfetching. Let's look at some more examples. You had multiple endpoints in the API that we used. We can use post, we can use users, you can use post as a post request. Clients often need to make multiple requests to different endpoints to gather all the necessary data. Single endpoint, clients can request all necessary data in a single request, avoiding the need to hit multiple endpoints. Next, you have a fixed structure in REST, but in GraphQL, it is much more flexible because you yourself can request for the fields that you need. So it is flexible. So in a nutshell, while both GraphQL and a typical REST API can achieve similar end results, their approaches differ significantly. In REST APIs like JSON placeholder, you fetch data from a specific endpoint and perform filtering on the client side, that is after fetching the data after it reaches my laptop. While in GraphQL, you can tailor your queries to retrieve only the necessary data from the server itself. Moving on to our next question. What are the components of a CSS box model? All right. So if you go to any particular website and you open the developer rules, the CSS box model is always there. If you go to the layout, the computed, there it is. This particular box that you can see with margin, border, padding, and the main content of the website is called as the CSS box model. Now, for a better understanding, I have a code. So let's try to run this code. There's margin, then the padding that is inside the border. Let's look at it a bit more closely. See, the margin, the border, the padding, and the content inside. Now the width. If I Increase this, you can see that the box is expanding horizontally. That is the width. And that is because I've set it in the left side of the website. If it was in the center, it will expand from both the sides. Next, you have the border. If I try to expand this, you can see the green color is expanding. That is the border. Padding is the inside part. So if I increase the padding, the main content is not expanding. That particular space remains the same. But the space between the border and the main content is expanding. That is called as padding. Alright, that's all you need to know about CSS box model. Now let's look at it from a technical perspective. First, you have the content. This is the actual content of the box, such as text, images, or any other media. The size of the content area can be controlled using properties like width and height, which I told you before. Padding is the space between the content and the border. The padding adds space inside the element, effectively increasing its size without affecting the actual content. You can control the padding using the padding property. Next, you have the border. The border surrounds the padding, if any, and the content. It can be styled with various widths, colors, and styles. The border's dimensions can be controlled using properties like border width, border style, and border color. Next, you have the margin, which is the final one. This is a space outside the border that creates space between the element and its neighboring element, which separates one particular element from another. If I have a button here and another button here, the distance between them is the margin. Margins do not affect the size of the element itself, but create a space around it. You can set margins using the margin property. Moving on, what is the difference between a class selector and an ID selector in CSS? Now let's look at a code for better understanding. I'll have to create one here. Let's create the style as well. I'll call my main boxes. That is the ID. Inside of this, I'll put a class as the class box. Main box with ID selector. Box with class selector. Okay. Let's run this code now. We have a main box and an internal box. Now let's try to style them. The ID is main box. Let's put its background color as light blue. ID. And the class box's background color as say pink. Okay. Now the main difference here is that the ID can only be used once, but class selectors I can use it multiple times. If I call this class selector 1, I can make it as many times as I want it to be. And every single time, the same styling property will be applied to all the 3 div tabs. If I were to specify a border, but with IDs, I cannot do that. ID can only be applied to one particular thing. So now let's just look at the differences. Can be applied to multiple elements. You can use the same class on different HTML elements. It has lower specificity than ID selectors. And for ID selector, each ID should be assigned only once to the element and has a higher specificity than class selectors. By specificity, it's trying to say that if your element has an ID, it is more likely to latch on to that particular ID because it is unique. But class selectors, when you have a huge HTML or CSS file, sometimes it can get confused, and sometimes because class selectors you can assign it to multiple elements, it might get clustered and it might get all messed up together. Moving on to our next question. What are the various data types present in JavaScript? Now in JavaScript, there are basically 2 main types of data, that is the primitive and the non-primitive. Primitive data types are immutable, that is their value cannot be changed, and non-primitive are mutable, that is their value can be changed. Now inside primitive, we have 7 data types, starting with the number. Number represents both integer and float points, like 5, 3.14, minus 10, etc. Next, you have big integer, used to represent numbers that are larger than the number data type. created by adding an n to the end of an integer. You can see in this example, there's an n. It represents the big int. Next, you have string. String can be double, it can be single, or it can be with backticks like this, hello world and hello world. Next, you have Boolean. Boolean can either be true or false. It represents logical values. Next, you have undefined, which is assigned to a variable which is declared but not initialized. We saw it in the first example, in the first question, in the hoisting question as well, when our variable x was defined, var x was defined, but when we tried to access it, it showed its value as undefined. That means the variable is declared in the code, but it's not been assigned a value yet. Next, you have null. Now, to avoid the previous problem, we just assign it a variable value null. When we don't know what value to give, you can just give it a value, which is null. Represents an intentional absence of any object value. If you don't know, or if you, at this point, if you don't want to assign any value to your variable, but not want to show it as undefined, then you can just assign it with null. Next, you have symbol, which represents a unique and immutable value, often used as object keys. Symbols are useful for adding properties to objects that you want to keep hidden or private. Now, let's look at the examples over here. Integer, you declare it like this. Let age temp or a number or a floating point number. Big int is when you add a n, if you write any long number and add an n to the end and add an n in its end, that's called as a big int. Next, you have strings, which is double quoted strings, single quoted strings, or backtick.